I'm guessing those are the shots going off, trying to get people off the highway. Yeah, they're lining up. Once they push from here, I'll be able to see what's happening on the Highway 101. As for right now, I can't. Why people can't have nice stuff. So we're getting more officers on scene. Eventually they're gonna start pushing, guys. They're lining up to make that push. cross just yet, guys, because they're gonna get ready to push, and once they push, we'll be being hit on. Once you step out, they're not gonna let you back in.
Yeah, I asked too, and they're like, well, we can't guarantee that.
Yeah. Well, so that's why I personally haven't gone, because they're getting ready to push, and once they push, that's an open space. So that's why, guys, I'm explaining to him the reason I haven't gone across the line, because it looks like they're gonna get ready to push. Once they push, they're not gonna let me come behind them again. So hopefully they push here soon. They cleared the overpasses, and then we have a nice clear view of the highway. They're lined up here to push. I don't know why they haven't pushed. they're gonna corner them in the tunnel like last time.
The National Guard has now left this driveway.
people right now. There's same amount of people.
Are you a Democrat?
Risk losing this content here. I know it's not much happening here, but eventually they're gonna start pushing. We're behind the line. We're at where I'm supposed to be at right now. Then if they push people off the overpass, I'm pretty sure they'll still be on the highway, and which is pretty cool. They might even come this way, who knows? That's where I'm at. I don't know if they're coming down this way. No, they might even come straight at us.
Sorry if I'm in your shot.
Still young work there right now. Let's keep our nice position. I think I have a nice position like this. That when everybody starts running, I'm not getting shot at, and the camera going all over the place, and people trying to dodge rubber bullets. Last time I was down here, back in February, when they had all this protest at the beginning, first week of February, I came out here and there was no service for me up in Los Angeles where everybody's at right now. Which is back there, everybody's. Are they gonna have a home? I do, Sam Farmer. How about you?
I didn't sleep all night.
You're always here. Didn't I see you up in Lima as well? getting hit direct from the sun shade here, so it's not too bad. So they block. CHP has this blocked off now. Down the other side of Highway 101. So they might be coming this way, guys. If they block Highway 101 this way, they might be coming this way.
Oh, now CHP is now in the northbound lanes.
No tear gas, please. I have had enough tear gas.
Yeah, although don't go too far from here, so you'll be able to see the freeway. Yeah, you can try it. We're not in South Florida. I just don't want to lose sight of if they come out from underneath this bridge.
Shots are closer and closer. They're getting closer and closer this way, guys.
Yes, there is. We've seen it. It's down low. Where's the Black Hawk, Chris? We'll find it. push up closer. Yeah, but they haven't left the federal driveway. The National Guard, though, have not left this little area.
Like they're coming this way, guys. All that smoke on the freeway there. But I might be wrong. Hopefully I'm right.
Kick the can.
Push them this way.
Kick the can.
Yeah.
I don't think it's tear gas. I think it's just smoke.
They're coming my way. If they're coming my way, then it worked out perfect, guys. We're in loose position. I could go down the corner over there and record. Oh yeah. They're coming this way.
That's just smoke. That's not tear gas. Those people would be choking if that was tear gas. It's not tear gas, it's just smoke bomb. The crowd's throwing that. It's not gas, those people will be gagging if that was gas. Really no way to not show the upward.
I want to say over there.
Hit any shot. I'm trying.
Got tired
It
of
sounds like they're coming this way. I know they're on the freeway, but I don't want to exit and not be able to come back.
What freeway is that again? 101?
Still got plenty.
So what? I started.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I mean, if they get to the top of the ramp, you hit Los Angeles Street. Yeah, Mike, if that was tear gas, these people would be falling over. I think it's just smoke, like those really smoky smoke bombs.
They're pushing them up to the ramp and then come up here, guys. They're gonna make their way up here and then pushing them up to that ramp.
protesters going southbound Spring from Temple towards City Hall. The information came from security services 3610.
Hola, René. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, 10. Sí, perfectamente. Mi única pregunta es, ¿la cámara la queréis fija o queréis que él vaya haciendo paneo? Muy bien. Hola, hola, ¿qué tal? Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, 10.
Alright guys, let's see if they're gonna finally push. Hola, René, ¿qué tal? Sí, yo le sé.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate that.
We'll get some action here soon. I know you guys are saying spoiling the shot, but once again, as stated, I don't want to lose the position I have once they do start pushing. Eventually, they're going to start pushing, guys. Think about acid break from all the loud bangs.
Yeah, once you get to the crosswalk there on the south side, you're the southwest walking park. Once you get there, actually we're going to push westbound. Now to get it 30 seconds out, and this route will be pushing westbound along that. Keep your short line in that park there. Yeah, hold off on that thought. Hey, who was it? 40 Charles or whoever was down there, George 40. You want that? We can get push westbound with that group into that southwest parking lot.
Esta 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's southwest parking lot. Yeah, that's definitely an issue. Either that southeast corner or the west one. Southeast, one that's pushing north and just got here, close to that parking lot. You guys can get up there and push west. I already got a group on the south side of Temple, west and out here as well.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
National Guard in Los Angeles.
Muy buenas tardes, Andrés. La tensión se vive aquí en el centro de la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Estamos frente a un centro metropolitano de detención de migrantes donde cerca de 1000 manifestantes protestan contra la orden emitida por el presidente Donald Trump para desplegar la Guardia Nacional en esta ciudad californiana. Como ven a mis espaldas aquí en las imágenes, vemos despliegue policial intenso de la policía de la ciudad de Los Ángeles. También está presente, como decíamos, la Guardia Nacional, que de momento ha desplegado hasta 300 miembros en puntos estratégicos de la ciudad, como por ejemplo este, que es un edificio federal. Sin embargo, la orden emitida por Trump dirige hasta 2000 miembros de la Guardia Nacional hasta este punto de la geografía californiana. El detonante de esta movilización fue un operativo del Servicio de Inmigración y Aduana ICE que ocurrió ayer aquí en Los Ángeles, donde 50 vehículos federales atraparon a diferentes inmigrantes. Las organizaciones locales consideran que no solo criminales fueron arrestados, como dicen desde el gobierno, sino que también hubo personas inocentes que fueron detenidas. Pues fíjate que las palabras del presidente Donald Trump han causado mucho rechazo a los personas. Es que recordemos que se trata de uno de los estados más liberales de la geografía estadounidense. Precisamente la alcaldesa de Los Ángeles, Karen Bass, ha calificado este operativo de innecesario, y también el gobernador californiano Gavin Newsom ha ido un paso más allá y ha dicho que no tenía por qué haber enviado la Guardia Nacional, ya que se trataban de unas protestas pacíficas. También hablamos con manifestantes, obviamente, que han llegado hasta aquí en protesta de estas acciones. Solo lo que ellos defienden es que migrar no buscan problemas, sino buscan trabajar. También hemos hablado con fuentes republicanas que están a favor de estas oleadas migratorias con tal de que el estadounidense vaya bien.
Rocket fire and close support. Hey, we just got Molotov cocktail, Riots and Temple. Give me a closer where that came from so I can get on the camera. Commander, mission complete. We're at Temple, Los Angeles, looking for our next mission. Roger, hold there for now. Hold there for now. Mission gated, estimate of arrival. Are they? How many?
Sorry guys, I was over there taking a break sitting down. Exhausted from all day yesterday.
Maybe 600 or 700. You got another 1,000 north of them on that 101 freeway in Los Angeles. If they come together, it's going to be 2,000 plus. Metro, just hold there. Metro verifying.
They're estimating there's 1,000 right here, guys, in this area around the freeway.
Stand by. We're taking major fireworks. Stand by.
Starting to get rowdy here.
Over here, is that something you want to do? Alright, airship, there's a collapse of this used hold on Temple in LA, on the east side of Temple at LA. There's got a Temple at LA, but there's no need to hold that intersection of this hold on the east side. Please stand by, hey, I don't mean it at Temple. I need you guys to stay over.
Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah, he's the air position with for the most part. Construction site. We posted the tool as a talking person. They can come around and give us 6. Everybody does so holding up. Yeah, you're good. Your 6 is good. East on Temple is good. Jim Boyd, I need you to relax. Temple in LA. Over the east side. On the east side. Second straight out. I'm sorry, what are your questions? Are there additional resources from the city coming in to assist with this incident downtown? Correct. We got multiple resources coming in. I'll let you know as soon as they get ready for mission. Just hold tight.
All right, guys, so they're short on resources. That's the holdup they haven't pushed. They're trying to control the other area before they start pushing this one, since the other area is a lot smaller of a group. Still a big group of 500, but they're estimating this one to be over 1,000 plus. So that's what's happening right now.
In LA, we have
Information from the lieutenant on scene here. DHS will be coming over and taking over this location. That way they could clear up this resource. That way. So here comes DHS, guys.
Follow them.
So here comes DHS, guys. So DHS is going to be taking over to clear this. That's National Guard alongside.
SRT, line it up!
That's why I say, guys, we gotta be patient sometimes. If we would have gave up this spot, it would have been bad for us on the other side.
Hey, Hollywood! You need to be on that side. You need to be on that side. You can't be behind us. Go.
So DHS wants all the media to go on that side. See, that's one thing I'm not liking about DHS. They just want to shoot at everybody, including the press. LAPD had no issue with the press being behind them.
Texas, hey, who are you, motherfucker? Hey, Texas, hey, who are you, motherfucker?
50, push him!
Look at the lead.
They're having to sit down, guys. Sitting down.
Who's that? Really rude. I'm
Who's gonna be first? The first one to shoot at the American flag. Who's the first one? Who's gonna be the first Nazi? Who's gonna be the first one to shoot at the American flag? ¿Quién va a ser el primero? This is our country.
I don't think they're gonna push them, guys. I think that they're just taking over while LAPD goes clears out the other area. They need all the resources over there.
Unsafe behavior detected. Authorities may be contacted. Unsafe behavior detected. Authorities may be contacted. Unsafe behavior detected. be contacted. Unsafe behavior detected. Authorities may be contacted. Unsafe behavior detected. Authorities may be Unsafe behavior detected. Authorities may be Unsafe behavior detected. Authorities may be contacted. Unsafe behavior detected. Authorities may be contacted. Unsafe behavior detected. Authorities may be contacted. Unsafe behavior detected.
What's happening over there? Started looting or what's going on?
Unsafe behavior detected. Authorities may be contacted. Unsafe behavior detected. Authorities may be contacted. Unsafe behavior detected. Authorities may be contacted.
Oh, over there. That's the vehicle burning. So they're in Chinatown. Alright guys, I'm gonna start heading down that way. They're in Chinatown. Anybody know what's going on down there? police car on fire? I'm gonna have servers over there, guys. There's way too many people out there. There's way too many people out there. I'm just gonna just complete service, so I'm not gonna head out that way. Start burning down Los Angeles, guys.
I mean, what a terrifying contrast.
I can see the fire from here, right? Same thing. No need to go. Yeah. guys, for those of you just tuning in, for multiple reports of 5 Waymos on fire, the selfless, or the selfless, the driverless vehicle. So 4 vehicles on fire, and there are setting off more vehicles, guys. The whole Chinatown will be on fire right now. They blew another one.
Tell me how many years, gentlemen? How many years?
They're saying that they're still lighting more.
Hundreds of thousands. 500 a half hour ago, 750 now. This is people.
They can't get
Look at the blue floor.
on the person. One Chinatown now.
Join me, he said, excuse me, you're an asshole.
This isn't the carryover to tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow, the union are protesting in downtown as well. So, long. It might carry all week, guys. Who knows? If you want to help financially support the stream, our links are there. It helps me stay out here, pays for lodging and so forth. I'm not monetized, make no money off YouTube. Am I Latino? No, I'm Hispanic. I'm not Latino.
People have been taking people off the street for a much longer
tired, bro. I saw you getting haggled earlier, way earlier. Anyone out there? Hey guys, if you guys are following Joe, you guys need to support this guy. Can we get $1,000 in the chat right now? This guy is out here night and day capturing history, and then he's getting freaking flack from a lot of these Karens. Come on, chat. We're all tuned in here. This guy's risking his life. Let's get $1,000. Come on, guys. Let's get it.
You're out there. I'm not turn. You turn.
They're getting through. Come on, chat. This guy got his freaking car impounded to make sure you guys are watching history. You guys taking Ubers, let's get $1,000. Least we can do for my buddy, man. Come on, let's go.
And understandably so, obviously, the folks are so angry.
It's tourists, bro. Imagine being a tourist and you come to LA.
Yeah.
Oh! Hit it, Ryan. No, baby. Yeah, he damaged that.
Yo, you didn't get to go down there?
Huh?
You didn't get to go down there at all?
Oh, from the highway now.
No.
I was starting walking that way, but I started losing signal. Got it?
Alright, guys. There we go. Thank you, Julie, for the $100. Thank you, guys.
Now, guys, he has the footage. Here, put it up.
So this is the footage here. That's what's burning back there. They have lit 4 Waymos on fire on the other side. That's what's happening. Let me see here. I got another one for you guys.
Shout out your channel, too, bro.
You're good, bro. You're good.
Oh, shout out your channel.
There you go, guys. Look at this. That's what's burning out there.
Anthony, guys, has a lot of great coverage too here in the Los Angeles area. Covers a lot.
Yeah, guys, if you guys want to follow me on my channel, you can look me up on X, Anthony, ANTHONY, Cabasa, CABASSA _ on X, or you can follow me on all social media at Inform with Anthony. Informed, like you are being informed with Anthony. That's where you guys can follow me on also. If you guys want to, that is going to be, if you want to screenshot it, closer. There you go. All right, and then I'll show you guys my Instagram.
I don't know why Cash App is canceling. 1 second, guys. Been doing that all day.
It is said by the Trump administration that their focus is on the dangerous, the violent, those who have criminal records, who are in this country illegally. But a lot of people in this crowd feel like that is not the focus of what is actually happening. And while some dangerous and violent people are being taken off the streets, there are also upstanding members of society that are being swept up in this as well. And that was not supposed to be what this what has happened. In fact, I heard an affiliate in the nation's capital this weekend who was a Trump voter, who was a citizen who was swept ICE simply because he looked like he might be here illegally. And once they saw his ID, that it was a real ID and he was a citizen, they let him go quickly. But that is what is happening here under some of these ICE missions.
These stories that you're hearing, it's just insane. And I think Tim really said it best. All of what you just mentioned in stories like that, it's really brought the city to its breaking point. So this is the result of anger, the tension, the frustration, and we are seeing it. And you can see the city, I forgot what that was, but we saw it's just graffiti all over the city. We are seeing graffiti and not nice things either. So a lot of cleanup in downtown LA.
And Governor Gavin Newsom, who is now at odds with President Trump and the federal government over the federalization of California National Guardsmen and women, keeping active on social media, responding to actor James Woods, who posted a video of 2 police cars on fire with the quote, "If I hear one more leftist shill in mainstream media utter the words peaceful protests, I'll throw up," to which the governor responded, "This video is from 2020. And so there he is, active, going back and trying to prove his point that the president was wrong to bring in the National Guard against his wishes, which is something that typically we do not see happen. The normal order of things is that the governor of a state would request the federalization, some help from the federal government, and bring in the National Guard. That did not happen here. President Trump took it upon himself to federalize 2,000 members of the National Guard last night, put them into use today. The governor has made a move now to retake control of those National Guards members. And again, we talked about the history in our country of something like this happening. Presidents have federalized National Guards members. The last time I think it's happened was the Civil Rights era, when John F. Kennedy federalized National Guards members in the South to allow black students to attend schools who were being met with resistance by the governor, George Wallace being chief among them, and other local governments that weren't allowing federal law to be executed, and it was directly harming citizens. This situation is not that.
Right, it's so different, and it's so hard to see. Like, okay, usually history repeats itself. Let's look back, let's see what happened. You can't really do that with this because this is, again, it's not going in the right order. 2,000 National Guard troops are deployed here, and yeah, President Donald Trump went over Governor Newsom's authority and he brought them here. So it's just really difficult to see how this is going to turn out. Yeah, we can't predict it.
And we've heard from ICE about their the execution of some of their activity the last couple of days, and some of the violent and dangerous criminals and people that they have taken into custody who now face deportment. Our Tim Caputo, who you've been talking with there on the ground there, spoke with U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley this weekend about some of those movements. Let's hear more. Tim, what did the U.S. Attorney tell you?
He was resolute that these ICE operations will continue regardless of this, regardless of what happened yesterday, regardless of what happened on Friday as well. It was an interesting take because we've heard a lot of people talking about how they want us to stop. The U.S. Attorney said absolutely not. This is their job and their duty. They say they were going after criminals. They say they were going after people who have immigration judges in their final warning to leave the country. He also said, full disclosure, if we run across somebody who is here illegally, we're going to arrest them too. Now, how much of that is going after people with those warrants and how much is the other, we don't exactly know, but he said regardless of what is going on, those operations that happened in Paramount yesterday, he said they carried them out, despite that entire protest happening for the better part of 12, 15 hours. And he said they will continue to happen here in Los Angeles. He was undeterred by everything that's going on. In addition to the National Guard, he says they've mobilized Border Patrol to protect the federal buildings here downtown. An obvious mobilization of federal officers and federal agents to protect the work that they are doing and protect the people who are doing that work. I had asked him what he thought about this resistance, about people being frustrated, about people being sad, that's all that's going on. And he essentially said, it is what it is. We're enforcing the law. And he said even more emphatically that if you try to resist those officers, if you try to impede those officers, if you try to assault or actually assault those federal agents, you will get arrested and you will be prosecuted. And we saw that yesterday. We saw it to a smaller degree on Friday. And I could imagine that's what we're going to see here as well as these protests have continued all day today. It was an interesting perspective from the U.S. Attorney as well, because obviously he sees it from the other side, is that they are federal agents agents carrying out these immigration work, and the protection of those officers and those agents who are not only carrying out the work like yesterday in Paramount, who were mobilizing at their kind of joining where they were all meeting to start doing that work. And he said there was an assault on officers and they won't stand for that. So it's an interesting point of view that we maybe not necessarily have heard as much over the course of the weekend because of the presence of so many people who are frustrated and fed up with these ICE raids. He said, I wouldn't even call them raids. They are arresting people who have warrants out for their arrest. He didn't even like the description of calling it an ICE raid. I think the vast majority of this crowd would disagree with that.
Right, and that's why we keep hearing from people like Governor Newsom and the mayor, for people begging them to be nonviolent, because as we look at these scenes playing out, and the scene we see behind you, Tim, who looks bad when you look at a city like this? If you're on the outside looking at Los Angeles tonight and you see that cars on fire in the middle of downtown, who looks bad? Is it the federal government? Is it Donald Trump seeing this situation? It looks like chaos. It looks like violence. He's not looking bad when they see scenes like this. The general public is looking at Los Angeles asking, what is going on? What is the mayor doing? What is the governor doing? And so they can almost use that response as a positive as the federal government continues their confrontation with local authorities here in California and Los Angeles.
And Jory, I've spoke with a lot of people over the course of the past 3 days, from people protesting here on Friday night to Compton and Paramount yesterday to, again, people in this general vicinity today. And I've had friends, I've had family on the East Coast and across the country ask me, is it as bad in Los Angeles as it sounds? Is it as bad as the president is making it out to be? And the answer is simply, it's not as bad as that, but it's not great. And they asked, what's the temperature here? People are fed up. And that's what I've told each and every one of my friends and family members of what it's like here. People are fed up, and this is their way of getting out here and boiling over their frustration and putting it out in the streets. And when you had those ICE raids on Friday that happened in the Fashion District, that happened in Westlake, that happened in South LA, the people who live here, Angelenos, feel like it's an affront and assault on them. And they're fighting back, and this is the way they're doing it. Not necessarily fighting back with punches, although in some cases, of course, they're throwing fireworks like you hear there. They're throwing rocks like they were yesterday in Paramount, but they're fighting back in a way that they know how, which is getting out in the streets and letting people know that they don't believe this is okay. So while these ICE raids will continue, you would have to believe this is going to continue as well, because as I mentioned several times here, frustration has boiled over, and the folks out here say they're sad, they're mad, and they finally need to rise up and do something about it.
Right, and we heard from the mayor today directly blame President Trump and his administration for what has played out in Los Angeles these last 3 days. And it's not just the mayor. Conservative writer Bill Kristol, who obviously is an anti-Trump conservative, but wrote on social media, you know when things were pretty quiet in LA? Before ICE started arresting residents who were bothering no one and going to their jobs, and before DHS and guard troops showed up and made the situation worse. Of course, Trump and Stephen Miller want the situation to get worse. And that is what he's alluding to, what I was just talking about, where who looks bad when you see scenes like this? Cars on fire and civil unrest all across Los Angeles. Is it the demonstrators who are doing this that look bad in the eyes of the nation? If you're trying from a PR perspective, who's going to look bad in a situation like this? It's the demonstrators, it's the leaders in Los Angeles who are in power as this is happening in their city. And so as we see this play out, I see at least 4 of those. I'm guessing all 5 of those Waymos have now been set ablaze and are now burning down, literally burning to the ground, melting into the pavement on Los Angeles Street. This has been going on, this unrest, since this morning, really since Friday. This is day 3 of unrest and confrontation across Los Angeles and LA County. It began on Friday with some of those ICE raids, or as the U.S. Attorney wishes them to be referred to as immigration enforcement, at a Home Depot, taking some day laborers. The federal government says they're not just day laborers, they are violent criminals. That may be the case. They did put out some of the people they have arrested, and not all of them were violent criminals with criminal records in their past. Saturday, yesterday, things began in Paramount. We thought it was outside another Home Depot. It actually was outside another Home Depot, but that was not the purpose of this location, why it was chosen. Across the street in Paramount, there's a DHS facility where authorities were staging more actions to be taken yesterday. That demonstration grew violent. It was pushed down the street into Compton, where again, things turned violent. A car was lit on fire. Firefighters and law enforcement came under attack from thrown projectiles, and then it continued last night here at the federal building in downtown, the detention center, where people were being held. Back to today, another demonstration began in Boyle Heights, walked their way across the river and the freeway over to downtown, again gathering at the federal complex there. There was a second demonstration today at 2 p.m. outside City Hall. More than 1,000 people were gathered there. They made their way and joined the group at the bottom of the hill down at Alameda and Temple at the federal building, and that's where the bulk of the confrontation happened today. At some point, with federal troops, those federalized National Guards members on hand, the LAPD was called in to move in and back those people up, and they did that, clearing out Alameda, pushing them into the intersection, and gaining control of that situation. As that was happening, some of the crowd dispersed, made their way around the facility, back to the north side and onto the 101 freeway. That took about an hour at least to clear that situation. California Highway Patrol was brought in because once you're on the freeway, that is now state jurisdiction. So the state patrol of the California Highway Patrol came in, cleared off that freeway surface, spreading people out once again, and now they have moved to Los Angeles Street, where their ire has been focused on a fleet of Waymo cars, lighting all 5 of them on fire. And that's about where we stand here at the 6 o'clock hour, with those cars now melting down to the pavement.
That was a really good way of summing everything up, and that just really just goes to show day by day, demonstration by demonstration, and the longer that the National Guard is in town, protesters, they're just getting angrier and angrier. And I actually saw a picture, Governor Gavin Newsom shared it online. It really just conveys like the tone and the message that the protesters are trying to convey. They're angry, the tensions are just at an all-time high. He said Trump is trying to manufacture a crisis in LA County, deploying troops not for order, but to create chaos. Don't take the bait, never use violence or harm law enforcement. I really wish that the last part of that message, the demonstrators could have at least, listened to that a little bit more. But I mean, they're angry. They're just tensions are at an all-time high, and like Tim said, they're at their breaking point.
Right, and we have seen this kind of escalate at times. It ebbs and it flows, it waxes and wanes, and we have seen dangerous situations, and things do seem to be calming down. We can't really find any kind of confrontation point throughout all the different locations right now. On either side of the federal facility, we see a line here of officers blocking this roadway, but no one really in their face, as we have seen. The cars continue to burn on Los Angeles Street, but there are no skirmish lines as we see. The 101 freeway is back open again, at least northbound. The southbound side has been cleared. I think CHP units remain on the surface. The roadway has not reopened to traffic, but things do seem to be calming down. The question is, will they remain that way tonight? Because we did see a kind of relaxing of tension yesterday about this point, and then things picked back up again in the evening once the sun went down.
Okay, I believe we also have Bruce Thomas. He's on the phone too. We can ask him a couple questions, but I'd love to know Bruce's take on just, looking at the demonstrations the past few days and comparing it to what we've seen today. Does it look, just looking at these wide aerial views, it looks like it is starting to calm down, and I'd love to get Bruce's take on that.
Yeah, definitely. It's calmed down now. There's kind of a lull in the fight, if you will. However, what we have seen over the last 3 days is an escalation of the protests, the taking over of the freeway, the burning of the cars, the graffitiing of the buildings and the freeway overpasses. And what you've seen is a large police response, not only just LAPD, but the Federal Protective Police, and also mounted enforcement for LAPD, which we have not seen before.
And Bruce, have you seen, so we're zooming back into those Waymo cars, have you seen something like this before? And what are the consequences of seeing these EV fires?
Well, you know, it was interesting. I saw a line of the Waymo vehicles over by Alfera Street, and I was wondering what they were doing, but then I remembered they're driverless. So they're kind of stuck in confusion, and then they became easy targets for some of the agitated protesters to burn and torch.
Right, and we talked to Tim a little bit earlier as well. He said that the protesters, they are agitated and they have a lot of resentment toward, I mean, it's not just what's going on right now, but even toward the media as well. What do you think, if you could put yourself in those protesters' shoes, like the minds of them, what do you think is going on right now? And as we head into the evening hours, you think that things are starting to calm down and they're starting to cool off? What's your prediction on that?
You know, like I said, I believe this is a lull in the fight. I think once the sun goes down, you're going to see more protesters come back. You're going to see a takeover of the freeway again. And you're going to see more, we'll call it anarchism, if you will, for lack of a better word. These people are just not happy with the media, with the police, with anything, and everybody's being lumped into one large group.
Right, and right now we are looking at a live view. I believe this is live. I don't think this is video from earlier. This is earlier. Okay, this is video from earlier on the right, but on the left, I see it down there. It says earlier. On the left, this is the live view, and it looks like some law enforcement. They're making their way toward an area. I'm not sure which direction they're going to, which street this is exactly, but we're getting a wider view. They're heading down the street and interested to see what their next move is going to be. We panned away from the Waymo. I think that scene is kind of just playing out on its own. The fire's just going to continue to keep running, but it's interesting to see what is the next step right now.
Yeah, you know, I think law enforcement is regrouping, meaning they're getting some additional personnel that are going off shift, and those that are coming on, they're being fully briefed. They're being suited up, as you will, with equipment and resources for the rest of the night. And you'll see them move into those areas to relieve some of those day shift personnel.
Hey Bruce, we are seeing what looks like those flashbangs continue to go off. We can't spot where the officers would be. Have you been watching? Are you seeing flashbangs, or are these fireworks being set off by members of the demonstration?
You know, at this point, I believe they're fireworks because I've been looking at some different coverages, and I don't see the officers deploying those less than lethal weaponry. So at this point, I believe it's fireworks, possibly the same group that torched the Waymo vehicles.
And we're now looking at the mounted officers from the LAPD. A lot of people at our station, Bruce, had the same reaction once the horses were being moved in to confront some of these demonstrators, just worried about the horses themselves. I'm not sure the experience you have with these, with the mounted. We do see projectiles being thrown at these officers here, and they are firing back less than lethal projectiles. But the training that goes into these mounted officers, the horses, to deal with these situations, we wouldn't think that they would be suited to go into a situation like this. As we're watching this, one person stick their head out of a car, and
there's a group of people in that car too.
Okay, let's see if we can swing the helicopter around, because this is the first kind of action we've seen in probably about an hour between people on the ground and officers. So I will get back to that question again, the training of the horses, Bruce, in a little bit as we watch this play out. But I guess we can answer it right now. Just the fact that they're able to handle loud situations like this with protesters in their face.
Yeah, the horses and the mounted officers go over hundreds of hours of training. The horses are accustomed to loud noises, flashbangs, light, basically loud everything. The horses are very well maintained on that. The horses are also protected with their face, with a mask of plexiglass, and also the mounted officers are protected. But they're also supported by officers on the ground too. The mounted units are an awesome tool to clear crowds. I've used them, and only second to motorcycle officers. They're very, very effective.
Bruce, can you tell us usually when do they make the call to bring the horses in? Like, how bad does the situation have to be?
You know, I was kind of surprised that we didn't see them until just now, meaning, maybe an hour ago. they're a great tool to use with law enforcement, and they do clear crowds. People do not want to stand in front of a horse that, you know, outweighs them by a couple 100 pounds. So I was kind of surprised we didn't see them, but now they're being used, and they're being used very effectively.
So I'm just curious, obviously I don't have much training when it comes to just knowing law enforcement and when they use the horses. You explained that really well, how it helps with clearing the crowds. But I'm curious, why haven't they moved further in toward the crowd right now, now that they are on the horses, if they can clear the crowds?
You know, it seems like they're just trying to maintain an operational area. I'm surprised they haven't been used to clear so that LA City Fire can move in and put these vehicles out. But I think they're very content in just letting them burn, as they do have lithium batteries in them, which presents a whole other problem for the fire department and for the safety of everybody involved. But I can tell you, once the mounted units are called, they respond, and they respond very effectively.
As we're watching this play out, Bruce, stand by for a moment. There is reaction coming in from around the country and around the world. There is a post from Ileana Garcia. She is the co-founder of Latinas for Trump, who writes, I want to put myself on the record, Garcia writes. Says, this is not what we voted for. I have always supported Donald Trump through thick and thin. However, this is unacceptable and inhumane. I understand the importance of deporting criminal aliens, but what we are witnessing are arbitrary measures to hunt down people who are complying with their immigration hearings, in many cases with credible fear of persecution claims, all driven by a Stephen Miller-like desire to satisfy a self-fabricated deportation goal. This undermines the sense of fairness and justice that the American people value. Again, that is the co-founder of Latinas for Trump, Ileana Garcia. And so as we continue to circle around downtown Los Angeles, which has been the site of unrest for coming up on 72 hours now, and we have seen the National Guard of California federalize 2,000 troops. We see a fire crew moving through to put out 5 electric self-driving cars that have been burned, and a line of officers that continue to fire non-lethal rounds to try and break up crowds that are throwing projectiles at them. This tonight is the state of Los Angeles, under siege from a lot of different fronts here. You talk about people upset that the federal government is getting involved and occupying, invading our city. You have another side who says that illegal immigrants have invaded and occupied our city, and it's coming to a head on the streets of Los Angeles again tonight.
And it's just looking at these images, it's just so heartbreaking seeing that these people are so angry, and this is what we are seeing, the aftermath of the anger and the tensions. And you understand both sides. You understand that people, they have their right to their opinion, but acting out in this way, this was supposed to be a peaceful protest turned very just not peaceful. So Mayor Bass said it best in her press conference. I'm trying to find my notes from that. She said Angelenos have the right to exercise their First Amendment right, but peacefully and not like this. Yeah. So we don't like seeing scenes like this.
Can we zoom in on the bottom of the screen? Is that a barricade wall that these folks have set up? Okay, oh, Gabe's back? Okay, great. We've got Gabe Santos back in Air 7. It looks like they have taken some barricades here, are those chairs? Those might be chairs from Grand Park. They might have dislodged those from Grand Park or somewhere, and put up a barricade here in the middle of the road and firing things, throwing things at officers who are firing back. Gabe Santos, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Jory, Nico, we keep talking about this multi-pronged situation here. You have the Waymos that are burning to the north of the 101 freeway. This is to the south of the 101 as it cuts through downtown near Main. And I think the other cross there is, looks like that's the Los Angeles. No, this is Main and 1st Street, I believe. We'll get the exact cross there for you shortly. It is very near to City Hall. And what happened is some of the protesters started building a bit of a kind of a fort, if you will, using those chairs, as you said, possibly from a nearby art installation. We're dealing with the trees and the buildings here, trying to get you the best shot as possible. But you can see a few of those protesters back there, and LAPD actually got on their radios and reported that they were taking projectiles that were being thrown by the protesters towards officers. So officers are trying to get more resources in this area, and this is where about maybe 30 or 40 minutes ago there was that skirmish that erupted from the protesters after this freeway situation. This is the Aliso ramp onto the 101, where a lot of protesters were pushed back up onto surface streets. They were on the 101 earlier. You can see there, it looks like one side of the 101 is open. There are those Waymos there. That one that caught fire on first is now, that appears to be a complete loss. No surprise there, but it is probably going to completely burn to the ground. LA City Fire doesn't want any part of this. They for just mere safety of their personnel, they are not going to work their way into this area. And LAPD, they have their hands full. They actually made a request earlier to see if federal units were available, additional federal units were available to actually help LAPD deal with what was going on in this intersection here. You can see a lot of debris on the ground, things still being thrown, and LAPD, for obvious reasons, being told that federal forces don't have anybody to spare, really. They are focused on guarding the federal building and making sure things are okay there. So LAPD using their mounted units to maintain a blockade on this intersection. And Rob, as we tilt down, they are now dealing with what is an apparent blockade by some protesters using these chairs, like we said, from a nearby art installation, as you know, building a fort, if you will. Looks like some construction signs and various other signs. And this is where things get pretty interesting. It looks like some of them are backing up now. I'm not sure. Okay, yes. So LAPD is now making a move forward. They are using some of their less than lethal fire, rubber bullets presumably, and they are making a move forward. So LAPD not letting this fort, if you will, become any more fortified, and they are making a move and having these protesters disperse and hopefully preventing something a little more serious from happening further down. So you can see those mounted units continuing down, those units on foot continuing to fire that less than lethal fire towards those protesters. You see that looks like that was, I'm not sure if that was a smoke grenade or if that was a water bottle from some of the protesters being thrown at one of the horses. And those horses are continuing to make their way down the street towards where that fort was. You can now see it's been completely destroyed, and they are continuing to push protesters down. I'm not sure if that's a bag rolling or if that's, or if it's, it's actually a person that was just kind of continuing to roll down. And that officer on horseback is forcefully suggesting that that person get up and continue moving down the street. And you can see here these other protesters, some of them were building that barricade on the street a little to the top of the frame. Yeah. They are now being dispersed further down the street, and those officers with those rubber bullets continuing to make headway here.
And as we watch this play out, Gabe, I want to go to Bruce Thomas real quick and ask him about the sticks that we see those mounted officers using. We saw batons earlier deployed on guys on the skirmish line, on the front lines, but we are seeing these officers mounted using some kind of stick to kind of beat back these demonstrators.
Yeah, Jory, it's a straight stick. It's a tool that some departments still have their patrol officers carry. Being on horseback, the straight stick is longer. You're able to reach out. You're able to move people with it. But what we've seen also is the officers intermixed with the horses. And that's part of the training. The horses are not afraid of the flashbangs of the R1 rounds when they go off. And assaulting a horse is a grade 1 felony. And I can tell you, if we saw some people throw stuff at the horses, those officers will make the point to take those people to jail.
Yeah.
Bruce, I'm curious, you mentioned a straight stick. That's what the weapon that they're using is called. What are the injuries like with a straight stick if you get hit by it with the force that they're showing today?
Kind of like a baseball bat. It's made of wood, it's laminated. So if you get hit with it, you may have a welt or a bruise. It's not something that's going to totally incapacitate you, as it's more for glancing blows to move people, and then the horse and the mounted officer will move past the problem, so to speak.
And we see those chairs and debris and barricade being carried away from this location. Again, another crowd once again gathering outside City Hall in the middle of the street. blocking traffic and trying to set up another, looks like another barricade. That is directly outside LA City Hall. Once again, we saw Molina Park there on the left, City Hall on the right, and as we go down, it's down towards LAPD headquarters, which is right across the street from City Hall. So at the bottom of your screen now, that angled triangular building, that is LAPD headquarters. Right there, don't have to travel far to kind of see the thick of where this is happening tonight. And you can also kind of see just the juxtaposition, how far away the earlier skirmishes were at Alameda and Temple. That's the federal complex where the detention center, the courthouse, and all of that plays out. Across a little
Hey,
further.
Joy?
Yeah, go ahead, Bruce.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, by all means.
One of the things we haven't seen yet is any protests at the federal building property in Westwood, which has always been a target for anti-war, immigration protests, and obviously this type of thing. But we haven't seen that yet, and that would create a huge problem for law enforcement. Now you're fighting a battle on two major fronts.
Right. Well, let's go back up to Gabe Santos in Air 7, who continues to watch this this section sub-fleet of Waymos that drew the attention and the ire of those demonstrators. Nothing left but some burning embers and melting plastic there, Gabe.
Yeah, those 5 Waymos, a complete loss here. Luckily, you know, these Waymos are owned by the Waymo company, a subsidiary of Alphabet, and Google is a major shareholder of that company. So at the very least, we know that these aren't owned by individuals that may, you know, struggle to get to work tomorrow. But nonetheless, we never want to see this kind of vandalism and property destruction. You know, we have 5 vehicles on fire in the middle of a city street in the middle of downtown LA. That's not something that we want to see. And as we were mentioning before, LA City Fire, they really have no reason to get involved here and get close to the scene here, because LAPD doesn't have anybody to spare to provide security for those firefighters, and they don't want to risk anything there. So the Waymo fires are pretty much self-contained at this point, and law enforcement officials are just content with letting those fires burn out and hoping that there's no more fires in that regard. But really, we'll just have to see what the night holds. But we do have these multiple kind of skirmishes and multiple kind of fronts to this protest going on right now on Los Angeles Street, where we have those Waymos on fire, and now the new kind of hotbed of activity more towards City Hall as we continue to make an orbit on the west side of downtown, and we get view of City Hall on I believe that's going to be Main Street and Los Angeles Street. It looks like this is going to be Temple and Main Street, actually, and that's where we're seeing a number of police officers reloading, and we actually heard some reports earlier that they were running low on less than lethal ammo. So there is reports that LAPD is working to get more less than lethal rounds on the scene here, so that officers can continue maintaining the control of the area. But as we widen out the shot, Rob, I want to see what the situation is on the left side of the City Hall building, because we saw a lot of protesters gathering there. You see those officers on horseback on Temple and Spring Street, and as we tilt down, protesters have kind of made another barrier, if you will, and this is kind of a cat and mouse game that officers are now playing with protesters. They made a barricade, if you will, with those pink chairs and those plastic construction signs a little further down on 1st and Main, I believe, and now it appears that another one is being set up. But this is an area, let's see, you have a contingent of people on mini bikes and an ATV. I wasn't sure if those were law enforcement officers, but it does not appear to be so. And then you have somebody doing donuts here and falling over on their mini bike. So a lot going on here, a lot of protesters kind of going in a number of different directions here, and you can imagine the tactical challenge that LAPD has here, trying to maintain control of such a large area. And there's multiple skirmish lines, there's multiple air units overhead. We have that LAPD air unit going through the screen. This is the intersection of Los Angeles and Temple Street. You could see that's a van from LAPD Hollywood Division. So it just goes to show you that resources from all over
the LA City area are coming in here to help LAPD kind of maintain control, or what control they can of the situation here. And as we kind of just look around and pick and choose different areas, we see these different spots that law enforcement is trying to just monitor. We saw that LAPD air unit going through the shot earlier, and they were trying to guide officers into certain areas where individuals and protesters were maybe gathering and creating barricades. We see here somebody, looks like, I'm not sure if they're marking on the surface street or trying to crack the curb there. We did see videos in previous days of protesters trying to hammer out pieces of the curb.
They're gathering something.
Projectiles.
They're gathering all the stuff that's been fired onto the street for something.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that before.
Yeah, whatever they're doing, it looks like it's up to no good.
But yeah, I think that's certainly within reason to say, Jory. We have seen videos earlier of protesters with hammers actually chipping away at some of the sidewalks to create concrete projectiles, and that's not what LAPD wants to see. And they definitely don't want more people coming here to gather and kind of sightsee or do anything of that nature, because it's a situation that's not relatively safe. And LAPD is just trying to do their best to continue to control the situation. As you see here, it looks like one side of the 101 freeway is open and a large CHP contingent is still set up on the southbound lanes of the 101 before it connects with the East LA interchange. Yeah. So that will probably take a little bit of a ways to clear, but at least to one side of the 101 is open right now.
Gabe, it looks like that, I'm not sure, it looks like they might have just escorted that member of the media out of there, not very, it wasn't a friendly escorting out of that situation. Yeah, we saw them moving a little faster. Anytime you're looking at a crowd like this, right, Nika, you see something moving a little faster than the rest, something's going on.
Right, that's the action.
And then they kind of pushed a woman with a camera around her neck out of that group and had her walk away.
Wow. Gabe, I had a question. You've shown us these different scenes. We looked at the protesters that had the barriers up. They kind of barricaded themselves. Next to them, we saw some protesters doing donuts. You were talking about the ones that were chipping away at the concrete with a hammer. Just all these different random scenes. It's just so hard, I can imagine, for law enforcement to keep up with the different things that are going on. But it just seems like from the aerial views that you're showing us that the crowd has reduced. Oh, you see more chairs?
They're on the move. If you look, just go right back on.
Oh yeah.
Yep. They're on the move again.
It appears that more of these protesters are gathering these chairs. They're refortifying that barrier, as you said. But LAPD has their air unit overhead, and they are making a plan, if you will, to try and push back this barrier. They don't want anybody to kind of dig their heels in and get set up or get too comfortable in any one particular area. That's why you saw those LAPD units on horseback, within a matter of 10 or 15 minutes, kind of move in very quickly, start launching those rubber bullets, and really break down that earlier barrier that we saw near 1st and Main. You see this new one going up near Spring and Temple, and as we kind of pan around and look for where those mounted units are, you see just a number of skirmish lines and a number of areas that LAPD is trying to maintain control over. They are on Los Angeles Street, they're on Main Street. It's all kind of not that it's spreading out, but you had about 3,000 people here earlier, and a lot of them are kind of spreading out over a few blocks right now, whereas earlier they were kind of contained to maybe one city block or two. They're spread out over a couple different blocks right now. Not that this is engulfing the entirety of all downtown, but you do have a very large area, and LAPD, it appears, is really kind of struggling to deal with the number of protesters and how kind of widespread they are right now.
It definitely makes it much harder when they are so widespread like that. Gabe, thank you so much. I believe we have Amy Powell joining us as well. She is on the ground giving us a look as well. And Amy, what's going on behind you? Where are you? What are you seeing? What's happening?
Nico, we are here right next to the 110 freeway along North Broadway, and we're overlooking the freeway. Of course, we can see that the southbound side of the freeway is completely shut down. We see nothing but LAPD vehicles and other emergency vehicles and official vehicles there because traffic cannot flow through this area right now. However, the northbound side is moving, but beyond that, you can see on every overpass in this area. We're looking towards Spring Street, and you get a really good view of just how many people are out here. It is amazing to me. I was out here, of course, last night by the Federal Building when this was a relatively small protest. Now we're seeing hundreds, thousands of people out here. Many of the protesters have been on the move. We were down by City Hall earlier. We saw large groups of protesters moving in that direction, but we see still a lot of people here. Some are, again, standing on the overpasses down there. We hear those pops, those bangs, the explosives from the flashbangs and other things from time to time. The crowd we're seeing right now is just standing here peacefully, kind of watching what is going on here, but it is stunning to look at all that black smoke rising from, I know you were talking about all the Waymos that have been set on fire. We can still see that black smoke rising from here. We, of course, have got police helicopters, media overhead, so much police activity here. I don't know, Will, we can take a good look down at the freeway. We see all those officers, those LAPD officers and other officers gathered down there. Again, they're trying to make sure more people don't get onto the freeway. I believe there were some people on here earlier. I can't tell beyond that bridge, the Los Angeles Street Bridge, if there are any people on the freeway. But this is just an extraordinary thing to see how many people have come out to join this protest. They're frustrated, they're angry, and this has been building. And apparently, we don't know for sure, but certainly the news of all those National Guard troops coming into the area, I don't know if that spurred more people to come on down here and join these protests. And Will, if we can swing over this way, we want to show people on the overpass right here. Now, some of these people are holding flags and signs, and they appear that they may have been here for the protest. Perhaps they left, or perhaps they're keeping their distance, because that's the thing. Obviously, many of the people demonstrating down here are not here to cause trouble, to cause confrontations with the police. They're simply here to voice their anger and their frustration and their feelings that these arrests, these detentions by ICE are just something unjust that shouldn't be happening. So they're doing it peacefully, they're exercising their right to express their opinions. But again, the view here is just astonishing when you see how many people are here. I mean, this is quite the view. And across the downtown area, we just see groups of people walking around, again, standing on overpasses, anywhere they can look at this, and it's really unbelievable to see what has been going on here. So for now, things are quiet in this area, but of course, we have to see what happens next, because as we've seen many times, things are quiet and then suddenly something happens and a confrontation happens. So we'll send it back to you for now, but we'll keep an eye on things here along the 110 freeway.
Okay, Amy.
Reporting live.
Amy, thank you. It is disheartening to see parts of our city burning tonight with that smoke rising behind you, and we see some vandalism happening right now in downtown Los Angeles, breaking down a street sign here. Let's go from Amy to Tim Caputo, who is also on the ground and is a little bit closer to the burning cars and has been witnessing what's been going on there for the last couple hours, Tim.
Yeah, the cars are still burning strong out here. We haven't seen the fire department or police come really to this side of Los Angeles Street. You know, we've been talking to a lot of folks who have been coming out here today for the protest, for the demonstration, to try to get a sense of exactly why they're out here and what's been going on. With me now is Nasira Elias. You've been protesting not just today, all weekend long. You said even to the first Trump administration. Why?
Yes, sir. I started protesting as soon as Trump got into administration, because we could see, you know, from his verbiage and just from his agenda that he was anti-immigrant in spite of having an immigrant family. And that's huge, because the United States was built by immigrants. It is great because of immigrants. And so it doesn't make sense that they can't have a seat at the table when they're the backbone of America. They are what makes America great by their work, their effort, and they're being exploited by not being given an opportunity to amnesty, which has been over 40 years now.
You've been fighting for this for a while. What's the weekend been like for you, both emotionally and physically? What have you been doing as all this has been going on?
So 2 days ago, Los Angeles got broadsided. You know, it was just another regular day. We were aware that there were ice raids happening, but 2 days ago we got strong manhandled. I live in Westlake, MacArthur Park, and our community was raided. The Home Depot, there were schools, you know, that were having graduations. where ICE came in, and we've got Paramount and a number of other cities that were attacked without any warning, and we've been seeing how people have been trying to go to their court hearings, and they still have been apprehended and detained without any due process. So what we are seeing is that President Trump is basically has no respect for his citizens and for their rights.
Nasira, hang with me for just 1 second. I just want to explain something real quick here, guys, because you probably hear the sirens behind me. Tommy, take a point to our right here. The fire department has arrived here. Obviously, where we are kind of stationed is a weird intersection where your cars can't get through. Now, the fire department at the moment kind of stuck and unable to get to the cars that were burning here on Los Angeles Street. They are waiting for some of these cars ahead of me to move, and then they're going to work their way up street. They are flanked behind them by LAPD. You don't have to show it for a second, Tommy. It's all the way behind you. By several officers behind the fire department who will try to get up the street here as you see that fire burning. You see the fire burning, you've seen the fireworks out here the last couple days. Some people depict this as rioting, as unrest, as violence. What does this say to you? And I know this isn't necessarily the entire crowd, but when you see this, what do you feel?
I think that's a common propaganda, but just the last couple of days, it has really made sense how basically, he came in and attacked the immigrant community and all of their loved ones, and people responded by trying to be protective, in the workplaces where they were being attacked, and trying to block and so forth. But what we've been seeing, and that, I hope that people will understand for those of us on the ground, is that there has been more force coming in. And as I said a little while ago, he's showing that there's no respect. It's almost looking like a military state. Like, we feel helpless, we feel powerless, we feel like who do we have that Trump can answer to? You know what I mean? And so I'm here for like a vigil, but also protest and so forth. But we're feeling like, we want people to see what's happening, to hear our cries that we have rights as well. I'm the daughter of two immigrants from El Salvador, and so I'm here to speak up for my community and to protect them, do anything I can to let them know that they have a voice, that they have people that care about them. And so for those of us that have a voice, I ask that you would please speak up at this time, and don't let your wealth or your privilege, your American privilege choke your voice, because we need it at this time.
Nasira, thank you so much. So eloquent what you said. Thank you, and be safe out here as well. You heard it there, Nasira, daughter of immigrants, lifelong Angelino, a very eloquent way of putting what she has been doing out here, not just protesting today, but why she felt it was important to be out here. When you see the fires, when you hear the fireworks, when you see that police line, you might think of just rebel rousers and people out here to commit violence. Nasira is what is out here. These are people that find this important. They want to have their voices heard, and they're coming out here with signs. They're coming out here wanting to have conversations, and they want to make sure their voices are heard. Jory, Nico?
Yeah, indeed. And again, the eyes of the world are upon our city tonight as this continues night 3 of unrest. And we look to different places, different levels, different countries. Stephen Miller, go ahead. Tim, you want to keep going?
No, I just wanted to point out here, because I know you probably have it from Air 7 as well, but we kind of saw this play out in Compton as well. I was just kind of laying the scene for you here as the fire department is trying to put out those Waymo cars that were set on fire, while LAPD behind them trying to do a little bit of crowd control to make sure these firefighters are able to do their job. Obviously, for those first responders and firefighters, they're not involved in this in any way, but putting out a fire is paramount to them. So for them to be able to do their job in the safest way possible, that's why you're seeing now police come up on the other side, and the crowd, for the most part, that has really been packed over here for the last couple hours, have moved across the 101 despite a handful of people like there. Somebody just threw a water bottle at Homeland Security, who are pulling up behind LAPD here, but a water bottle against the side of the car, not necessarily the most violent action, but a sense of what's going on out here.
I'm glad that was against someone else and not you, Tim. I thought for a second that you might have been the target there. We have seen that happen. As we watch the LAFD put out these fires, a volatile situation, and here we go, right on camera. More civil unrest, and again, when we talk about peaceful versus violent, this is certainly not on the peaceful side of protest, and this guy's going to take another swing, and we'll see how long these officials allow this to continue here. We do have LAPD officers right in the area, as this man twice now has hit this police vehicle with his bike and now seems to be leaving the area. And so we just want to make sure Tim stays safe in this situation. It is volatile. But we can see the white smoke now rising behind you, which is a good sign if veterans of Los Angeles know fires pretty well, Tim, and we're seeing this finally go out. And the hope is now that these fires are being put out, that this kind of puts to arrest the unrest that we have seen. You know, we still see demonstrators on the street, but we don't see the confrontations that we were seeing hours ago.
Yeah, you know, and Jory, I think Chris Christie brought it up yesterday when he was over Compton and saying, what would happen if police just went home? And this is kind of a peculiar decision by Homeland Security to pull away this way, some not so nice remarks on that sign, but Homeland Security to pull up on this road where they essentially can't move up any further and into this crowd. They're not focused on LAPD, those protesters, the guy who threw the water bottle and slammed his bike against the back of the Homeland Security truck. He wasn't necessarily having an issue with the LAPD, it was Homeland Security. So for those agents to drive up essentially a dead-end street where they can't move and get stuck here in the middle of the crowd, I'm not saying that's wrong, but the presence often is a provocation in itself. And I think for some of the folks out here, just seeing those federal agents, seeing Homeland Security, ICE, FBI, whomever it is kind of a willpower to them to do something in response. You saw LAPD, you see them behind me there. Nobody's bothering them. They're trying to protect the firefighters up there at the front of the street. It's just when Homeland Security pulled up 3 or 4 vans in a row, it elicited that response. They didn't do anything to that guy on the bike, but again, the presence alone often causes that provocation. So it's this awkward stalemate where you have police presence that angers an already angry crowd. Obviously, police can't just go away because you have a crowd that is shown to be potentially violent, but it's this back and forth that is almost uncontrollable in the sense that more police that show up, the more riled up the crowd gets, and then it goes back and forth until, you know, we hit a point like we did last night where it just gets completely out of control.
If you're ICE, if you're the Trump administration, you believe this is a righteous cause. You believe that this is an important thing that will actually make things safer. On the flip side, you see the demonstrators saying, how is this possibly a safer situation for our city than where we were before? Again, I was talking about the eyes of the country on our city tonight. Tim, we'll get back to you in just a moment. Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President of the United States, writing today, we have been saying this for years. This is a fight to save civilization. Anyone with eyes can see that now. Certainly no stranger to inflammatory, at times veering into offensive speech is Stephen Miller. He writes about seeing different countries' flags as we're watching chunks of rock and concrete hurled onto the 101 freeway and those California Highway Patrol vehicles below. Stephen Miller writing, look at all the foreign flags. Los Angeles is occupied territory. He has said in several other posts that the presence of flags of other countries, rather than being people being proud of their heritage and where they come from, rather is a foreign invading force that is now occupying Los Angeles. Again, we see violence being meted out by demonstrators here. Sometimes it's unmanned. These vehicles from the CHP have been posted on the 101 freeway for several hours now, and you see the scooters there lying beside them. They have been hurled from the overpasses down onto those vehicles below, the barricades, the signs. That sign that was ripped out we saw a little bit ago looks like it's laying next to that vehicle, and a scooter laying in the windshield.
And those are very heavy, those Lime scooters. So just imagine the force when it came down from that overpass onto that police vehicle. You can imagine the damage that it's caused. But going back to what Tim said a little bit earlier, it really makes you think these protesters, what they're thinking. But one point that I feel like is really important is that a lot of these protesters, unfortunately, they've kind of just grouped all of these law enforcement entities together. So Homeland Security, LAPD, and the other forces, they've kind of just grouped them. So that's why a lot of them, they are hurling their anger towards them. They don't really care who it is. If it's Homeland Security or LAPD, they just want to just attack.
Yeah,
whatever.
It's authority.
Right.
It's a backlash against authority, and when you feel like your community is under attack, as many of these crowds do, they turn to exactly whatever authority is on scene right there, and law enforcement is law enforcement. They are there to do their jobs. They want to do their job, return home safely to their family tonight. Right. You know, they don't want to have to fight. They want to maintain the peace, and we've seen them confronted and provoked all day long. I think in large part, every agency we have seen has done a great job showing restraint, trying to de-escalate the situation, because as all these officials have said, even the ones who are champions of the rights of those who are demonstrating today, you cannot turn to violence, you cannot turn to chaos. And so law enforcement is doing their best to maintain order and control and peace in the face of some very tough situations playing out.
Because even like right now, looking at everything going on, I mean, we really don't get anywhere with this kind of destruction and this anger. I understand people are upset, but this doesn't take us anywhere. The message isn't spread across the correct way this way. And I also understand, I'm sure a lot of the protesters, it angered them. The 2,000 National Guard troops that were deployed, it makes you think, was that another thing that kind of sparked the anger? So while they were there, they saw these troops, it really just brought it out of them, the anger. So I don't know if those troops will, what's going to happen with those troops, if they will continue to be here, but I'm sure their presence has definitely angered a lot of people. They're angrier than what they were before they were deployed.
Right. Can we go back up to Gabe Santos? Is he ready to go up in Air 7? Let's see what's going on. We see some movement of some LAPD officers. This is around, so this is Grand Molina, Gloria Molina Grand Park here, just outside City Hall. Gabe, what are you seeing? We saw some folks removing those chairs, kind of refortifying their line. What are you seeing now?
Yeah, as we move Air 7 around this other building here, just on the west side of City Hall, we can see there that fortified barricade that we've seen with those pink chairs that have been put in place there. And as we get a little bit of a better view there, you can see it now spans the entire length of Spring Street. And, well, yeah, you can see about 20 or so of those pink chairs being used as a barricade, and those protesters now standing behind those barricades. And now we see some of that less than lethal fire from LAPD. LAPD has not tolerated the presence of any sort of you know, fixed barricades or anything like that. They don't want anybody to really dig their heels in, so to speak, and post up at any one specific location, especially using shields or anything of that nature, because as soon as that happens, LAPD knows that that could lead to something a little more serious, and is definitely something that is more difficult to deal with the more a barricade, a literal barricade like this, gets fortified. If there's any more of these chairs or any more construction signs or things of that nature that get brought into the area, it's just more and more for LAPD to deal with. I want to mention some of the other activity that we were watching back on the 101 freeway. We did see some of those projectiles being thrown off of the bridge. There's pieces of concrete. We saw some bird scooters. We saw that sign there. Some individuals on the overpass literally rocked the sign back and forth until it came loose, and they threw it over the Los Angeles Street Bridge down onto some of these CHP vehicles there. So at least 3 vehicles have now been hit, and I see a number of chunks of concrete down there too. It looks like some pieces of concrete have been hammered away from the sidewalk, and some of those pieces have been thrown down onto, you see another one right there at the top of the frame. Some of them have been thrown down onto these CHP vehicles down below. Now, those, yep, you see another one through the frame right there. Now those, there's nobody in those vehicles, but there are a number of CHP officers still down underneath the overpass, so they appear to be holding that position as of now, but definitely not something you want to see. We've had a number of city leaders condemn acts of violence and acts of vandalism, and wow, you see one of those rental bikes, the entire bike hurled over the side there, and more projectiles, countless projectiles being thrown over the side. Really, people are seeing these CHP vehicles down below and just using them for target practice right now, which is obviously not something we want to see here. We only see a few individuals right here on this bridge doing that, but this is just one of a number of different scenes that law enforcement is dealing with right now. We've seen where Tim Caputo is located on the north side of the 101 on Los Angeles Street, where those Waymo vehicles were burning earlier. LA City Fire arriving on scene to put those fires out. I'm seeing, as I look out the window of Air 7, I'm seeing white smoke from those Waymo vehicles. So it appears that fire crews are getting a handle on that. I am a little surprised that LA City Fire actually made the move to move in there, because it really didn't seem like the fires were a continuing threat. But it is my best guess is that LA City Fire was able to get some additional crews on scene, and LAPD was able to get some additional crews on scene so that they could escort some fire trucks into the area to put those fires out. So at the very least, there isn't just something burning in the middle of Los Angeles Street that could be, you know, something that's easy to set other things on fire. You know, protesters could use the flames that already exist in here to set more fires. That's obviously a concern in any situation like this. But you see these Waymo fires, it looks like a lot of them are being put out. Some stubborn flames there in the middle, probably those lithium-ion batteries that we're always hearing about with regards to any electronic vehicle fires, those Waymos being electronic vehicles. But a lot of different scenes here, spanning a number of city blocks that law enforcement is having to deal with here. As we tilt down, that's the federal building at the top of the frame, and this is Alameda Boulevard, where you could see a lot of these LAPD vehicles staging. The numbers on the top of those LAPD vehicles represent different sections of LAPD, I'm not going to bore you with reading them all out, but it's basically from all over the city. So you have LAPD resources from all over the city coming to the scene here. And as Rob zooms in at the corner here near Alameda and Temple, you see a number of individuals in custody, in handcuffs. I did hear a unconfirmed report earlier that at least 17 individuals have been taken into custody right now. And that is definitely a believable number right now.
Those are still the people. You saw the person with the motorcycle helmet on. That is still the driver of that motorcycle that have been waiting there. You can recognize the clothes are the same. They have been here for hours after they were taken into custody on the skirmish lines. You can see that person right there with the helmet on. That's the motorcyclist who was taken into custody after the two motorcycles were driven into the crowd there. I'm curious, do you have a vantage point back outside at Grand Park to see what's going on there? It's very reminiscent of some of those school protests, which we covered a couple years ago, where students would take chairs and umbrellas and equipment there and line it up and wait for police to come in, and they would give the order and march in. I don't know how much, it's surprising to see when we hear about a shortage of those non-lethals that these officers just continue to volley them into this crowd. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Perhaps they're just hoping they stand their ground because you have the mounted horses right there. If they did what they did a moment ago, when they were barricading themselves and just move the horses in the line of officers in, you can break that up and get some of that equipment back under city control. And it's also questionable why that was so available to people today when it's not moored to the ground. Yeah, every time, trash cans are not movable, they're attached to the ground so they can't be used as weapons like this. I know these chairs and tables, I believe, are from the steps that leads to the different levels, maybe up to Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. Right. There are those chairs throughout Grand Park, which reaches different levels. But it's just questionable why that was so readily available for this crowd to use. There's a bench that they were able to dislodge and move, and you see this wall of chairs and tables that they've now posted up here right outside City Hall.
And there are a few of these scenes too. We saw a little bit earlier when these protesters created these barricades, these barriers with these tables, and I think this is the first time that we've seen it with the benches. I don't think the other barricaded area even had these benches, but we saw the police officers did come toward them with the horses, and I think that is them. It's kind of hard to tell because it's zoomed out, but I think Gabe is about to zoom in for us. I think those are the police officers right there. I don't believe these are the ones on the horses, though. No, the horses are just on the catty corner in this intersection. Okay. Because when they start coming toward them with the horses, that's when we see those barricaded areas start dispersing. So we'll see when they make that move. But as of right now, the protesters have barricaded themselves behind those chairs. In the meantime, Governor Newsom is observing the situation. He's posted several tweets this afternoon and this evening, writing, "Trump is trying to manufacture a crisis in LA County, deploying troops not for order, but to create chaos. Don't take the bait. Never use violence or harm law enforcement." Less than an hour ago, the governor wrote, "Despite protests already being managed by the LAPD, President Trump is escalating the situation by threatening to deploy roughly 500 active duty Marines to the streets of Los Angeles." He writes, "Los Angeles, remain peaceful. Don't fall into the trap that extremists are hoping for.
And that 500 active duty Marines threat was first put out by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and is now being repeated by President Trump, saying he will do whatever he needs to do to maintain law and order. By and large, that is not something that a president can do. You cannot turn U.S. troops against U.S. citizens on U.S. soil unless you're using the Insurrection Act. Is this grounds to use the insurrection? Could under any circumstances, legal, moral, could this be deemed an insurrection against the United States?
This is where I would love if we had a legal expert to be here and answering the questions for us, because that is such a good point. And I'm curious. I mean, is that the next step? If it's not the National Guard is here, but the next step after the National Guard, is it the Marines? And does it stop there? Does he deploy the Army, Navy, Air Force? What's the step? I mean, this just seems so, everything is so out of order, and
Well, in Trump's first term, he elicited hopes and desires to use weaponry against U.S. citizens. There's that famous day in Washington, D.C. when the president wanted to walk across the grounds to the church, through Lafayette Park to the nearby church there, and wanted U.S. troops to be on the ground to shoot at the legs of demonstrators who were outside the White House. And so he has expressed a desire to fire upon using U.S. military means against U.S. citizens, which would be wildly against anything written in our Constitution and our laws. And again, now there is an open threat from the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense to do exactly that, using an Insurrection Act that looks like it does not have the grounds to be used here. I'm sure there will some that will call this an insurrection, but we're talking legal grounds. Does the President, in this instance, have the legal grounds to declare this an insurrection against the United States and deploy U.S. military troops against U.S. citizens, which is strictly forbidden by the U.S. Constitution?
It will be really interesting to see how this is all going to unfold, if that's going to happen. Looking back outside, live back at downtown LA, we have that aerial view and still showing the protesters going strong, 7:04 this evening. There is some good news here. You can see on the screen, so that looks like a live picture. So the fire department is there. We had those 3 Waymo cars on fire, and we had 5 Waymo cars, on fire. And it looks like from that white smoke, they have taken care of that. So that was successful. Let's just hope that we don't see any more EV fires like what we saw there, or anything else that the fire department has to get involved. But what is this? We're seeing some more.
This is the remnants of the Waymos.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow.
Right. Nothing left but all the plastic is now melted. A lot of the metal is likely melted as well. That's something we observed in the fires in January, is that these things can get so hot that it just starts melting the aluminum and the metals therein. There was actually an alert sent out by the LAPD today warning about the air quality because of these fires. It says that from LAPD Central Division, a traffic advisory to media partners, demonstrators, and others who may enter the area of Los Angeles Street north of Arcadia. Burning lithium-ion batteries release toxic gases, including hydrogen fluoride, posing risks to responders and those nearby. Please avoid this area.
Exactly. We were just talking about that a few hours ago too, and just thinking the protesters, they did this without thinking about the consequences. Exactly. All of those toxic gases in the air. You really shouldn't be breathing in that stuff. And then looking at the remnants right now, it's still there. Those toxic fumes, they're still in the air. Tim Caputo described it as smelling like a dumpster fire. So obviously it doesn't smell good downtown. And not just that, but the air quality, that's definitely not a place that you want to be.
Right. So the governor has met with the chief of police of the LAPD and LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. We do have a picture we're working on showing you the officials gathered in Los Angeles, state emergency officials, as they say they're responding to the protests provoked by chaos from Washington. That is from the governor, provoked by chaos from Washington. The governor writing, "We're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games." And we do expect to hear a press conference from the LAPD, likely from the Sheriff's Department as well. And we believe the governor will be there as well. So he is in Los Angeles tonight monitoring the situation with the chief of the LAPD, Jim McDonnell, and the sheriff as well as other officials from around the cities. California Highway Patrol, I see, so they posted a picture. I'm just trying to see what officials are gathered here. Looks like other sheriff officials, CHP's likely there, LAPD, and I'm not sure. I highly doubt that if any feds are in this meeting, given the tone and words of what the governor is saying here, provoked by chaos from Washington, blaming this solely on President Trump and his actions and the actions of his administration. But we will see here in less than an hour. We plan to hear from the LAPD, and we believe Governor Gavin Newsom as well.
Right. There are two men. Their backs are toward the camera. They look like they're in civilian clothes. Obviously, they're not civilians, but it makes you think, what kind of higher up law enforcement is this? They have black polos on, so it'll be interesting to see who they are. We'll see that in the next hour or so with that press conference.
Right, and all this is playing out once again as the governor of California and the state is now in direct confrontation with the president of the United States and the federal government. The president last night ordering the federalization of 2,000 members of the California National Guard. He did so without the request or approval of the governor of California. That's how this typically works. If there's a problem, if there is a need, a governor of a state requests from the federal government assistance federalizing those troops. That did not happen here. Governor Gavin Newsom has now formally requested that the Trump administration rescind that deployment of troops. I'm reading from the governor's tweet. He calls this an unlawful deployment of troops in Los Angeles County. He says, return them to my command. That is the governor of California talking to the president of the United States and his administration, saying, return them to my command. We didn't have a problem until Trump got involved, the governor writing. This is a serious breach of state sovereignty, inflaming tensions while pulling resources from where they're actually needed. Rescind the order, return control to California.
Right. President Trump, absolutely. He bypassed Governor Newsom and he deployed those 2,000 National Guard troops. And obviously we've seen from the protests today that definitely spiked up the anger level. It looks like it went up a notch too. Protesters definitely upset about that.
Okay, we see that, I believe, those are the feds moving through. These are the same vehicles that, this is Homeland Security moving through the same vehicles that we saw that man try and smash the back window out with his bike over by Tim Caputo. They are driving by those mounted officers who at some point we assume will likely move in on those gathered in front of City Hall. Right, okay. So right down here, City Hall's to the right, Grand Park is to the left, the courthouse is just up and around the corner, up the hill from this location. And those Homeland Security vehicles are moving through. The LAPD with those mounted officers are holding their position, basically, I guess, letting these folks just kind of play around, hiding behind their barricade.
Right.
But I think the volley of non-lethals has continued from LAPD officers as we see them continue to fortify their line there, stacking those benches and tables up and standing behind them. What they hope to accomplish here, what the purpose of this is, I'm not even sure if there is a purpose, just kind of continue this going throughout the afternoon, and they are continuing to hurl things back at those officers. At what point does the LAPD say this is enough? We're going to restore control of this area. It's right outside City Hall. It's right by the park. Again, those pink chairs and benches and tables were somehow, for some reason, left unsecured to Grand Park, and it has allowed these demonstrators to build up a fortified line here.
And it's going to start getting dark really soon. In the next hour or so, we're expecting our sunset around 8 o'clock tonight. So it makes you think. And right now, it looks like the law enforcement is in some sort of position right in front of those protesters that barricaded themselves. But it makes you think, is this going to continue until it gets dark? Is that when they're going to move in with the horses, or are they going to move in sooner? We have Gabe Santos, and I believe Gabe's going to give us a clearer picture of what he's seeing. Gabe, what's going on?
Yeah, so we've been monitoring this barricade, if you will, that's on Spring Street right next to City Hall, and we've been kind of keeping tabs on what LAPD is doing. Earlier, when there was another one of these makeshift barricades set up, LAPD moved in pretty quickly with those mounted units. This one, they appear to be kind of taking a little bit of their time dealing with, and you can see there are consequences, if you will, to that, because protesters are continuing to build up this barrier and fortify it, if you will, with now
2 layers of these pink benches, and as you can see, somebody there throwing something at officers there further up to the north, and you can see there people continue to use those pink chairs to fortify that barricade. But LAPD continues to slowly, very slowly, fire their less than lethal rounds and make a little bit of headway, at least moving down this street. Those boxes that we were seeing, those are more of those less than lethal rounds. We were hearing earlier that LAPD was actually running short on those rounds, and that's not as an entire department they were running short. It's that at that specific location, different teams were running short on some of that less than lethal ammo. So you had different additional parts of LAPD come in, and it took them a while due to traffic. Some of the freeways were shut down, but LAPD was able to bring in some additional boxes of that ammo, and you can see those boxes there. They have arrived at the scene here, and LAPD is now making use of that as they continue to slowly push some of those protesters south near this barricade that they have set up on the street in front of City Hall. So it'll be very interesting to see how LAPD kind of deals with this right now. We did see earlier those white SUVs. Those are from the Federal Protective Service. That's a agency within the Department of Homeland Security, and that is a part of the agency, and their sole responsibility is to protect federal government facilities and occupants of federal government facilities. So unsure exactly which facility they're going to, if they're going to the federal building itself and try and refortify some of the law enforcement crews around that area, or if they are just here in general to help LAPD and things of that nature. That would probably be less likely than just continuing to fortify specifically federal property. But it is interesting seeing them on scene here and them kind of driving around, because that definitely is something that is agitating some of the protesters here as they continue to see those federal officers move into the area. As we zoom back into this section, this barricade, which now spans the entire length of Spring Street, that continues to be fortified, and you see more and more protesters kind of continue to set themselves up behind this barricade, and we're just waiting to see what LAPD does if they continue to move forward on this barricade here and using some of those less than lethal rounds.
It is curious to me why they continue this volley of less than lethals. It doesn't appear to be doing anything. They continue to fortify their lines there. And as we heard earlier, there were calls going out, Gabe, that they are running low on these rounds of flashbangs and pepper balls. And we just see a continued volley of these officers on the front line. It looks like it's calmed down now. We haven't seen anything in the last couple seconds. But look at the side of the road. Every canister there is another empty canister of a less than lethal on one side of the road. These are hundreds here. Throughout the day, we have seen thousands, literally thousands of these munitions sent towards these demonstrators. So that's one side of the street we're seeing. The other side is full of them as well. But again, in this situation, if you are indeed running low on them, what it is accomplishing when you're firing them at benches and chairs that are stacked up in the middle of the road. So we will continue to monitor that. Right. Okay. I think we're shortly going to have to excuse Gabe to go refill with Air 7. We do have other eyes in the sky that we will continue to watch what's happening. But this is, I think, the largest gathering of people we have seen at this hour now outside Grant Park and LA City Hall. It's where we saw at 2 o'clock, almost more than 5 hours ago, what was the second demonstration of this day outside City Hall. That was a large gathering, more than 1,000 people. The entire park there on the left and the street was completely filled with people. They appeared to walk around down the block and join the other gathering that was happening at the Federal Complex, which has been the site of unrest for the last 3 nights.
There were thousands of protesters out here, and right now, just looking at this crowd, you're right, this is the largest crowd that we have seen in the last hour. And if this is that barricaded, the chairs and the benches that we looked at about 15-20 minutes ago, this has grown significantly. A little bit earlier, I think there were probably 2 or 3 rows of people behind that barricaded area, but now it has seemed to really grown. I'd say at least hundreds of people behind those chairs and the the bench.
We have a new post from President Trump, who continues to call the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, writing, Governor Gavin Newsom and, quote, Mayor Bass should apologize to the people of Los Angeles for the absolutely horrible job that they have done. And this now includes the ongoing LA riots. These are not protesters, they are troublemakers and insurrectionists. That is a key note that he's using that term. Remember, no masks, he writes. And then 3 minutes later, he posted, paid insurrectionists. Okay, so why is that so significant? We were talking about it a little earlier. Insurrectionists, in order to deploy U.S. military troops onto the streets of the United States against citizens of the United States, the president would have to invoke the Insurrection Act. This is hundreds of years old. What is an insurrection? It's obviously a movement against the government, against the United States itself. Could this be viewed, what's happening in our city, be viewed as an insurrection against the United States? If the president here is using that term, he's calling these people insurrectionists, is that a movement? Is that a move by the president to employ U.S. military on the streets of our country?
And it makes you just wonder, like, okay, are the Marines the next step? Like he said that he wanted to deploy a little bit earlier, and when? How soon will we see those? Did he say 500 Marines? We'll be seeing 500 active duty Marines. And these are military members, they're active duty. They don't think about getting assigned to anywhere domestic. I mean, they're deploying these men and women all around the world, but deploying them to California for this reason, I'm sure it's something that they were not expecting either.
Right. It's a bit chilling, actually, when you think about the possibility of the U.S. military moving against United States citizens in the United States. Here's that photo of the governor with Jim McDonald there, Sheriff Robert Luna, and other members of law enforcement gathered in Los Angeles just a short time ago. The governor posting to Twitter and citing joined LAPD, LASD, and state emergency officials in Los Angeles as we respond to protests provoked by chaos from Washington. We're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games. And on the flip side of that, we hear from the President of the United States, who are calling those on the streets rioters and insurrectionists. Those are, you know, this is, you can say what you will about the unrest and the violence. This is, it's hard to call this a riot. First of all, that we've seen some burning cars and we have seen violence, but LA knows riots. We have seen them, unfortunately, in our past. It's questionable whether whether this is a riot. Okay, that's fine. He calls it a riot, but to call these people insurrectionists, just I feel like opens the door. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Pretty chilling to think about what that could mean. And I was talking earlier with Tim Caputo about what, you know, he had the burning cars behind him and what this looks like with the country and the world looking at what's happening in our country. And so we have Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass blaming today's unrest and the weekend's unrest on the Trump administration and their actions. On the flip side, I was asking, who looks bad when the country looks at this situation and sees our city on fire, or at least cars in our city on fire? And we go back to Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller's Twitter feed. He is reposting ones calling this Democrat management. So who looks bad? He's saying that the Democrats. Another post, let's check in on how the LAPD's management of the protests is going, and it's a car on fire. So again, the LAPD, Democratic leadership in the city, in the state, is being used as a focal point for those who are opposed to those in charge here, right, saying this falls on the Democrats, this falls on Governor Newsom, and this falls on LA Mayor Karen Bass.
Definitely not a good look, and I'm sure not what they were going for either, the message that a lot of them are trying to get across. Looking back outside, this is 101. So 101 is still blocked off. I don't recall if it's northbound or south. It's northbound.
This is southbound.
This is southbound. This is southbound that is still blocked. We can see the northbound side getting through, but southbound still blocked, and we have a number of those police vehicles there, and they haven't moved. It's been blocked for, I'd say, 3
hours.
3 hours, yeah.
And the real danger here is that the northbound side to the left is open.
Right.
The people who are throwing these things off this overpass onto the vehicles below, thankfully, have not turned their ire to the cars that are moving by. Mm-hmm. That could change in an instant. It is abhorrent to see what they are doing. Looking at what the state of the 101 freeway is here, littered with scooters, a bicycle, debris, rock, cement that have been hurled off this overpass onto these vehicles below. But, you know, as bad as this looks, it could get even worse with those cars driving by on the northbound side. So how long this is going to be allowed to continue? There are vehicles under the protection of the overpass that are not being hit. Where are those officers right now? Where are the CHP officers that drove these vehicles onto the freeway who have now left them here? I don't think they can access them. They would need some kind of police escort to clear these people from the surrounding overpasses, because they would find themselves under assault as their vehicles have been for hours now.
It's terrifying just thinking that looking at the damage on their cars, knowing that there could have been a police officer inside that unit when they threw that Lime scooter, but luckily we just saw something else get thrown at that vehicle as well. Luckily, we think that those officers are not there. Right. So yeah, that's another question. Where are those officers? And when they come back to their cars, they really just have to be careful. They have to have some sort of escort. But Jory, that's a really good point. I wasn't even thinking about the northbound side, and those drivers, they're fine. Right now, they're fine. But thinking if this escalates even more, I mean, their safety is at risk as well.
So CNN is reporting tonight that California Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis says there will likely be a lawsuit filed tomorrow challenging President Trump's decision to federalize those National Guard troops in Los Angeles. So the governor of California is moving for the president to rescind that order, and now the lieutenant governor says there will be a lawsuit filed tomorrow trying to undo that move by President Trump to federalize the California National Guard members. Again, from a PR perspective, who's coming out looking better here? The president says he wants law and order and is doing whatever he can to gain that, and says there are California National Guardsmen and women who are here who can do this. I'm federalizing them. I want peace. You have the governor and the lieutenant governor now fighting that order, obviously on grounds of legal challenges.
Right.
Both sides want peace, but in the eyes of the nation and the world, who comes out on top in that dispute?
Right. It's become a clash. Unfortunately, this has just become a clash of powers between not only the government and the federal level, but also protesters as well. So they're mixed in the middle of all of this.
Right. Okay. So as we sit on this shot, I wonder if our camera can pan back over to what's playing out just a short ways away in front of City Hall. That is where a group of protesters have stuck around. They are using chairs and benches and tables taken from Gloria Molina Grand Park, which for some reason were not secured to the ground, and they are now in the middle of the road outside City Hall, used as a barricade to protect themselves from an onslaught of less than lethal flashbangs and pepper balls that have been volleyed from the folks on the LAPD trying to break this up. We have not seen much movement here in the last hour in this situation, and it appears there's a line of mounted officers that remains there at that intersection just outside at the corner of City Hall there, and down the street you can see those barricades that are being used. And as soon as we clear the shot of these trees, you will see those pink benches stood up on their sides. We have flags of various South and Central American countries being waved here, and it seems we have arrived at an impasse.
And yeah, as looking at this, it makes you think that I think we had a very similar setup just about 30 minutes ago. So it makes you think that half an hour passed by, and we are not seeing any progress really being made. Like, you're thinking, what are the police waiting for? Are they thinking that this is just going to play out? Are protesters going to get tired? But we have seen a very similar scene to this for not just that last half hour, but hours now. And yeah, we just have those, the chairs and the benches barricaded there.
So Spring Street has been taken over. The steps of City Hall have now been lined with protesters. A short time ago, LA Mayor Karen Bass held a press conference just inside this building where these protesters were happening. Tim Caputo said you could hear the explosions happening outside. Let's listen into a little bit of what LA Mayor Karen Bass had to say a short time ago.
What we're seeing in LA is chaos caused by the administration. People should exercise their right to protest. That's their First Amendment right. But people should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands. We're working with officials, we're organizing resources, but what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation, but we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully. But it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property. And that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened Friday. A workplace, several workplaces were targeted and raids took place. Now, in the beginning, the administration said they were just looking for dangerous felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens, it terrifies people. It sends a sense of fear and chaos in our city. And you well remember a few years ago in the last administration that kids were afraid to go to school, parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce, and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father that went into a factory and now his family doesn't know where he is, the detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure from what has happened in the past. When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city, and I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor.
And that was LA Mayor Karen Bass a short time ago saying this chaos has been caused by, provoked by President Trump and the Trump administration and their policies dealing with Los Angeles and immigration and immigrants in our city. As we were listening to the mayor, exactly what we were talking about played out. Some officers emerged from beneath that overpass, and they were met immediately by projectiles, rocks and bottles and other things being thrown off that overpass. And as we said, if they want to have any movement to get these vehicles out of there, that overpass is going to have to be cleared by law enforcement, because these folks, something else large just got thrown. It looks like a pillow, but I do not think that was a pillow, given the force of what is now sitting in the windshield of that vehicle. What is that?
It looks like some kind of maybe a bag with like maybe a bag of rocks or some kind of heavy thing in the bag. But yeah, we see
that could be. We saw folks gathering things on the ground for a long time. It could be they were filling up a bag, and perhaps here comes another scooter. I'm surprised this has been allowed to continue for as long as it has. You see the size of those rocks. Here goes another scooter.
They missed.
I mean, at this point, what does it matter? These things, the damage is so severe on these vehicles that are just beneath the roadway. But I'm curious to see whether someone with a hammer is getting these rocks, because you see the size of the chunks of cement. And here we go. It looks like movement here. Okay, they have moved in now and broken up this barricade with benches and chairs, and the LAPD is moving now through with those mounted officers. And the demonstrators who were gathered here for more than an hour are now being pushed back Spring Street. This is south down Spring towards LAPD headquarters, ironically enough. And you can see the steps of City Hall to the left. The green of Molina Park is off to the right. and the smoke lingers in the air here as officers are working to clear this area.
But just the fact they took those benches and those chairs from Gloria Molina Park, that's just insane. It's mind-blowing. And here we have the remnants of it, I believe. Now, it looks like law enforcement going in, putting those benches down. They'll be clearing that out of the road hopefully soon. But
let's go see what's happening a little further up the road and with those demonstrators, because those mounted officers are continuing to move in. Again, another stretch of roadway that's just being reclaimed by the LAPD.
Yeah.
Where will these demonstrators go next?
Exactly.
Has this run out of steam? It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend in Los Angeles. At what point does this end? Does this calm down and these folks go home? Is this going to continue into the night, as we've seen the last 2 nights and seen unrest, confrontation with law enforcement? And once again, we are at a showdown. Those LAPD officers are standing in the middle of Spring Street. This is the middle. This is the main crosswalk from the park over to City Hall. You see that brick walkway there in the middle, normally full of buses making their way through and a lot of people. But tonight, the only people that are making their way through are police and these demonstrators in the middle of the road.
And right now, I'm curious to know if these demonstrators are going to go, I mean, is there even anything left at the park? Can they go to the park and grab more benches and chairs, or are they just going to stand there now? And now that they are pretty much defenseless, is this where it's going to start fizzling down and we see some more progress being made? It looks like we have police car pulling up to something.
A little more movement, yeah. As we watch what's playing here on Spring Street, I wonder if we can go a little bit to the left and see what's playing out at the federal complex. This is pretty close. So remember, this is the site of that large demonstration around 2 o'clock today. We'll show you how far it is from the rest of the activity. So this is the overpass. This is on Los Angeles Street, which looks like these vehicles are now being moved. The overpass has been cleared. This had to happen. At some point. This was going on for way too long. Those vehicles were sustaining way too much damage, and we'll wait and see what kind of damage was done to the overpass itself. But
looks like
fireworks,
shot.
more explosives going off here, and we see a canister being kicked on the roadway here.
I also want to know. What's going on?
So beneath, there's some movement here. Watch what these officers are doing on the 101 freeway. They're looking out for more people. Yeah, the volleying of projectiles continues. It looks like perhaps they were able to clear the overpass from below.
That's not a good spot for them to stand, because these protesters are throwing fireworks directly at those officers.
Okay. Traffic continues to go by on the northbound side, and here you see somebody throw a firework down below and then retreat back to the other side. I don't know what the fortifications are beneath this underpass, but these CHP vehicles have been here for hours. I assume that those officers that we're seeing now, that they have been beneath there this entire time.
Yeah.
We saw those who were arrested from the 101 and the on-ramp, and they were taken away. They weren't taken into downtown, they were taken down back onto the 101 freeway where those CHP vehicles were parked, and you assume driven off to detention from there. There remain some vehicles and the officers that occupy them beneath this overpass.
So they were hiding under that overpass. I'm more curious to know exactly how are they able to clear out the people that were on that overpass? Because we looked at it just about 10 minutes ago and it was packed.
Right.
We had so many protesters there, but so quickly they got rid of them. And I think that's when the police felt safe enough. They came out from under the overpass, but unfortunately they're getting fireworks thrown at them. But it looks like it has stopped. We have some more movement here.
Yeah, it looks like the airbag's deployed in this from everything being thrown on top of it. So trying to get in here and access this, maybe just putting it into neutral. So
I'm surprised.
I think his legs, I don't think that officer is sitting there. I think they're kind of pushing on the gas pedal perhaps, because that airbag is fully deployed. I think he's climbing under it. You can see him lifting it back up to emerge back from the vehicle. So maybe putting it in neutral so they can push these vehicles out of the way, struggling to get the airbag out of the way, and another canister thrown, a smoke canister thrown from up above down onto the surface. So we'll see if this officer is able to move this vehicle, again, under attack. an onslaught of projectiles being thrown down there. That is assault on a law enforcement officer right there, throwing directly a rock at that officer who was not in a vehicle, exposed at the time, and there I believe that is the person that was doing it.
It's all caught on camera. But where are the officers here that moved in on the protesters?
I'm not sure they did. I'm not sure they did. I think the officers on the surface of the 101 might have fired tear gas up above, because I don't see.
Makes sense why they dispersed so
exactly.
quickly.
I don't see any officers up on that level. Everything seems to be down, and here we just saw something thrown, and I don't think it made it to the southbound side. It might have fallen into oncoming traffic on the northbound side.
That's another concern. Yeah, the southbound drivers.
There you go. You can see something in the middle of the road that was just thrown. A couple things, cans perhaps, water, rocks, and here we go. So you see officers running because it's too dangerous to move slowly when they emerge from beneath this overpass. Just unbelievable scene of CHP officers sprinting for their own safety as other officers step out to cover them as projectiles continue to be thrown. And we'll see from this side whether anyone manages or dares to throw anything, but this officer now moving pretty quickly, knowing that they're likely to face, there you go, something thrown and hitting that vehicle. So how long this has been allowed to go on? It's been hours. You can see the amount and the size of the chunks of concrete that were thrown onto the roadway here. If that hit a person, it could easily kill them. Another firework thrown down there. So these 3 vehicles still abandoned by the CHP. 4 of them. We'll see if anyone is able to get back in there. The one furthest to the left has the airbags deployed. I don't know if that's drivable, if they can even move that tonight. But we see LAPD officers not too far away from here. They cleared those folks out from the middle of Spring Street while all this was playing out. Officers here from the CHP under siege from these demonstrators. And you talk about peaceful demonstrations, what we are seeing, that is not peaceful.
No.
The folks that are gathered on that overpass are violent. They are not peaceful protesters, and we are seeing their assault on law enforcement.
Yeah, we just saw it right in front of our eyes, exactly the assault on the police officers and those officers running for their lives. Right now, it looks like one demonstrator facing off against law enforcement, but they did clear those 2 scenes out fairly quickly, that barricaded area and also the overpass. And I'm curious how many other scenes we have, how many gatherings and groups we have. Right now, it looks like this is just one demonstrator, and officers seem to be firing something at this demonstrator. This demonstrator just seems to be walking.
Yeah, just challenging them to do something now. So their protection has been taken down. You can see one bench there, someone, I believe, lying down. Yep, with a skateboard as protection. So these folks just kind of taunting those officers. It brings up the question that Tim Caputo was asking earlier, and quoting someone else, would these folks still be here if the LAPD had backed off at this point? But you know, the violence kind of negates that question. As long as people are acting like this, the LAPD needs to stay here. And here we have officers on the back of this armored pickup truck. That's sheriff.
Oh, it's LA sheriff. Okay.
Yeah, that's sheriff or CHP. I believe that's just sheriff. Yep, it says sheriff on the door. So those are LASD deputies in full, in tactical gear. I don't know if it's full tactical gear, but they have tactical equipment on. And looks like reinforcements are now moving in as LASD deputies are moving onto the scene here. Perhaps there was a call when those CHP officers came under attack, and that's why these guys are moving in to see.
Maybe that's what it took. Like it definitely went a step ahead of what I'm sure a lot of them were expecting. Yeah, we just saw those officers get attacked, running for their lives, and I think really, you're right, that did spark that fight.
So a crowd is once again gathering on the overpass.
How much would you go around, guys, to get in front of the other side?
sheriffs and the IC agents over there? Or who's over there right now?
Sheriff and PD.
PD?
Sheriff and PD. Sheriff and PD.
Looks like at least the demonstrators have left it alone, but we are zooming back in into that police vehicle. Again, it has some sort of bag, and it looks like there is a flame on that police vehicle. I can't tell. Yeah.
Yep, that is now on fire. We'll see if it catches or if it burns out, if it fizzles out. We've already seen 5 vehicles go up in flames, those unmanned Waymos that were lit on fire. So is this an incendiary or is this to extinguish? It was an extinguisher. Okay, good. All right, so that fire, nope, that is still burning.
Wow.
You can see it right on the windshield. What was the windshield is now kind of caved into this vehicle, and that fire is still burning. I don't know if there's anything to catch on that. I guess it depends on how much ingress it has into the vehicle itself, but if a fire lands just on a vehicle that's off on the windshield and the hood, nothing should theoretically catch fire.
Yeah, and just seeing this damage, it just gives you a glimpse of how upset and just frustrated these protesters are, and it just makes you want to tell them, like, hey, LAPD is not ICE. You know, why are you doing this? LAPD is supposed to be there to protect you. They don't like that they're in this situation either. Why continue this chaos? But it just goes to show that mentality. They're upset.
Right, and just a couple blocks away, we saw another crowd gathered outside City Hall as these folks are regathering on this overpass and continuing to volley chunks of concrete, now incendiaries, scooters and bikes off of this overpass onto those CHP vehicles below. We believe there are still officers and other vehicles beneath this overpass, and we'll see how this plays out. We are expecting to hear from Loyola Law Professor Jessica Levinson. I don't know if she has joined us yet, but we are awaiting her to join us because there is quite a bit to talk about, constitutionally speaking, as you now have the governor of California at odds legally with the President of the United States. The President Trump federalized 2,000 members of the California National Guard, as we have said multiple times today, but we will explain it once again. This is not an uncommon thing for a president to federalize National Guards members. It has happened many times in our country's history. It hasn't happened many times even recently here in Los Angeles. Federal Guards troops were deployed to help out in the aftermath of the fires. Right. They were deployed in 2020 with the civil unrest, with everything that happened during that eventful year. But that's initiated at the request of the governor. The governor is considered the commander-in-chief of every state's National Guard, and that did not happen here. We have the president usurping the authority of the governor to take over California National Guards members and deploy them onto the streets of that city. The governor of California is now disputing that, asking, demanding, requesting that the president rescind that order and return control to the governor and the state of California. We heard from CNN reporting that the Lieutenant Governor, Eleni Kounalakis, says that a lawsuit will be filed tomorrow to try and overturn that decision of President Trump to federalize those troops. This has not happened in our country's history, at least in recent memory, that I can think of since the civil rights era. We're talking since the 60s, when there was pushback against civil rights advancements. John F. Kennedy federalize the troops to help black students attend public school in states like Alabama and others, when George Wallace and the like were refusing to follow federal law and depriving U.S. citizens of their constitutional rights to attend school. That was the last time I believe that this has happened against the wishes of a governor, seeing their own National Guards members taken over. That is a little bit different than this. That was to enforce federal law that the governor was refusing to do.
Right.
In this situation, what is the justification to do this without the governor's request? So that has opened up
it's different, like a different part of the history
yes,
that
a load
we're
of questions that we would love to pose to Jessica Levinson whenever she is able to join us. We are also awaiting at the top of the hour a law enforcement briefing with the LAPD. We expect to hear from Chief Jim McDonnell. We know LA County Sheriff Robert Luna is also involved in these discussions, and we saw some of his deputies as we see these demonstrators lighting a piece of cardboard on fire. They are intent on burning more cars tonight. We'll see if it happens here that one of them is a CHP cruiser that has been under attack for hours now. Folks throwing chunks of concrete, scooters, bikes, and more onto these vehicles below. It was a perfect shot landing on the hood of that vehicle. Again, here comes some fire retardant, a fire extinguisher to put that out. I don't know if it had much chance of lighting anything on fire, but
that's
again,
definitely coming from under the overpass then. So there are some police officers still there then. That shows they're still there.
Correct. And so we do also expect and hope to hear from the governor, who is in Los Angeles meeting with federal, local officials here, LAPD, LASD, and we believe that he will be speaking at this press briefing at the top of the hour. As we await that, as we await Professor Levinson, we continue to watch this chaos play out on the streets of Los Angeles. That includes the surface streets, which are the domain of Los Angeles, and the 101 freeway, which is the domain of the California Highway Patrol, which you can tell by these 3 CHP vehicles, which are now battered and dented after hours of projectiles being thrown at them.
And you can see an even larger crowd gathering now on, I believe that's still just the side of the overpass. The overpass still has a lot, but you can see more on the side, and they don't seem like they're going anywhere. It's getting late. We're getting close to sunset. Sunset's going to happen in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So unfortunately, it looks like this protest has made it into the evening hours when it starts getting dark. And then that raises more questions. What's going to happen when things get dark? Is that maybe where law enforcement draws the line and they say, okay, that's it. We need to, stop this right now and then go a different route? Or are they going to continue what they're doing and, like what we've been seeing, let things fizzle out, play out, and then move in with the horses, move in with those to those barricaded areas? It's interesting to see what their move is, especially as it's getting dark.
Right, the LAPD Central Division throwing out a traffic advisory saying due to demonstrators throwing objects onto the southbound lanes of the 101 freeway and damaging multiple police vehicles, the 101 southbound freeway will remain closed until further notice. This will take a lot of time, not only to get the demonstrators out of this area, but to clean up the mess they've now left behind.
Right.
You have 3 California Highway Patrol vehicles that will likely need to be towed. They could get out under their own power. We'll see how damaged they are. Then you have, hundreds of pounds of concrete that have now accumulated after being thrown from this overpass onto the roadway. That's not something you can just easily.
Right. How do you clean that up?
Right. Are you going to kick it off to the side of the road? Do you need a street sweeper? Do you need crews coming through and gathering them in trash cans or a dump truck to do that? And so questions remain about how that is going to be handled. We do have, as we await the press conference at the top of the hour, we do have Professor Jessica Levinson joining us tonight. And boy, Professor, we have some questions to talk about with you tonight. I don't know if we have 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's try and fit as much in as we possibly can. First, what's on your mind as you watch what's playing out in Los Angeles tonight and the battle now between California Governor Gavin Newsom and the President of the United States?
So I think what's on my mind is what's on everybody's mind, which is what happens next, what happens overnight, what happens tomorrow, Will we see a significant escalation? If there is a significant escalation, or frankly, maybe any escalation, we could see the president say, I need to do more. We could see the president potentially, again, pull the cord and say, I need to invoke the Insurrection Act. As I'm sure you've been talking about, the Insurrection Act would give the president more authority to not just federalize the National Guard, but to say that the National Guard can actually act as domestic law enforcement, that the military on U.S. soil can search, can seize, can arrest. That's not something that we're accustomed to. So I'm looking to see, obviously, what's happening right now, but also how the situation evolves and how the president reacts.
And we have seen the president allude to the fact that and we're watching, sorry, Professor, there's a split screen here on the right side of your screen. We're seeing continued demonstrations, and a firebomb was just thrown down off of the 101 freeway overpass onto one of those CHP vehicles below, which is now burning. We'll see if they're able to put that out with the fire retardant from below. There's a fire extinguisher I believe they're deploying, but that looks like it's going to go. It looked like it was some kind of ball of fuel, whether it was alcohol or gas, lobbed off of this overpass, and that CHP vehicle is now on fire. So we're having this conversation with these scenes playing out, Professor. We have heard the president twice within the last hour refer to the people, the demonstrators, and some of them violent and clearly breaking the law here, as insurrectionists. We have heard Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth threaten that the U.S. Marines will be deployed from Camp Pendleton onto the streets of Los Angeles if the violence continues. Is that allowed? Can the President of the United States legally, in a situation like this, deploy under the Insurrection Act U.S. military to fight U.S. citizens on U.S. soil?
Okay, so in a situation like this is going to be the key. This is going to be where the fighting is. So let's talk really briefly about the federal statutes at issue here. We all know that the president can only act when there's something that gives him the power to act, or there's inherent constitutional power. In this case, what the president is pointing to is Title VII. This is not the Insurrection Act, Title X. Title X allows the president to federalize the National Guard and to allow them to act in a support role for federal law enforcement. They can help protect federal agents. They can help protect federal property, but they cannot act like law enforcement officials and, again, perform searches and seizures. They cannot act like ICE agents. But if things continue, you asked me about the Insurrection Act. Obviously, the president has been using certain language today. What happens next? The Insurrection Act is an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. The Posse Comitatus Act says you can't use the military as direct domestic law enforcement. You can't have that happen, again, unless there are certain exigent or emergency circumstances. The Insurrection Act would present those emergency circumstances. So for me, the real legal question is, are we in a situation where the president can point to that broad grant of authority under the Insurrection Act and say, yes, we can move forward. We cannot just have the National Guard, but have them perform those domestic law enforcement agency actions.
This is a president who has pushed the boundaries of constitutional law and law itself. What would happen if he decides these are insurrectionists, invokes the Insurrection Act, deploys U.S. military, and what is who can stop him? He's the president of the United States. If he does that, let's say Marines show up in Los Angeles, who's going to stop them?
So I think at that point you would have California having standing to sue. I'm not saying it's going to be a successful suit. I'm saying they would have standing to sue. The argument would be that the president is infringing on state sovereignty because he doesn't have the power under the Insurrection Act. That when you pull the cord on the Insurrection Act, that you should have cooperation from a governor. Now, there have been, let's discuss, and you may have already discussed, moments in our nation's history where the president has said, I'm sending in troops. That was really about implementing desegregation decisions during the civil rights era. We haven't seen the Insurrection Act, in my view, used in modern times against the will of a governor, which is a long answer to your question of what would happen. California would go to court and California would say, The president doesn't have the power. And then we would be in another court battle. We would have a federal judge, likely a number of federal judges making that decision.
It is incredible that we are asking these questions in the United States, that this is even in the realm of possibility of something that could happen. But Professor Jessica Levinson, I would love to sit and talk with you more. Unfortunately, we're facing a time crunch here at the top of the hour. We're awaiting LAPD's press conference. So thank you so much. I would love to talk to you, and I hope we can talk to you about this, and hopefully not about some of the outcomes that we're talking about, our possibilities here. Jessica, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, as we approach the top of the hour, we are going to kind of wrap up this portion of our coverage as we get ready for the LAPD press conference. We'll wait to see if California Governor Gavin Newsom will be taking part. He did post a picture of himself with the chief of police of the LAPD and the LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, that he is in Los Angeles. He is working with those jurisdictions to see what is going to play out and how to best address this situation. But we're going to switch over some crews here as we get ready. So we will continue to cover. You'll still see this Air 7 picture of what is happening in downtown Los Angeles. Things calming down except for that one pocket over the 101 freeway where we see demonstrators continue to hurl objects down at the CHP vehicles below. But stay with us. We are not going anywhere. We will bring you that LAPD press conference here in just about 1 minute as we continue our coverage here on Eyewitness News, streaming and online for Eyewitness News.
Person sleeping, so went to go wake them up, make sure that they don't light them up when they walk up here. That's way. Imagine him just trying to sleep, now they're saying he gets hit with rubber bullets. Pepper balls. Can't be everywhere at one time, guys. So please understand. You guys wanted to come to the city hall, so we came to city hall. It's crazy everywhere right now. There's so much people. They've had to bring resources from the sheriff's department, DHS, highway patrol, multi-agency right now. Multi-agency, correct. journalists that were down there. They're coming with their hands up, getting out of the area. That's why I ain't follow in front of them. I learned my lesson from the sheriff department yesterday. They don't care if you're a journalist, press, they shoot everybody who's in front of them. You can't shoot press and then follow that rule last night. They lit us up pretty bad. There's this lady over here flashing the cops. The stuff you see out here, man. Happy birthday, Deanne. Over my real life job, I have requested tonight off and tomorrow. I'm gonna go down there. They're in the intersection down here. and we'll go parallel to them.
Commander from Professional Standards Bureau, and from Operations Central Bureau, Raul Jovel, who's also the incident commander for Central Bureau and for this incident. So I want to just take an opportunity to speak directly to the people of Los Angeles, clarify LAPD's roles and the events that have been playing out over these past couple of days. This includes our response to protests, our public safety responsibilities, and recent claims that you've seen made by some federal officials. Today I met with Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, U.S. Attorney General of the Central District of California, Bill Aseli, and ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons. Let me begin by reaffirming a core principle. The LAPD supports and protects the First Amendment right to free speech. In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety. Recent public statements have misrepresented LAPD's action from an incident the other night. Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer's request for assistance by more than 2 hours. When we heard that, I think anybody who's a police officer couldn't believe it, and certainly anyone with LAPD couldn't imagine how that would happen. Well, it didn't happen, and I just want to go into that just a little bit. LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes. And that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in or coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement. We've said this over and over again, and I can't stress it enough for the people in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue, that we want everybody to believe and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime. We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the law, even in the face of hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand for. We're working together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike, and this remains our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce the law when criminal acts occur. The LAPD remains focused on its core mission, to protect lives, safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity. Let me open it up now for any questions you might have or any points that we can clarify. Yeah, if I don't know what basis they used to make that decision, but if that was based on what I delineated here about the perceived lack of response to a help call by an outside agency, that did not happen. We did respond with mobile field force configuration, and just to explain that, a mobile field force is a configuration of people or officers within the organization that we bring in from around the city. We declare a tactical alert so we can break them away from their primary duties of answering radio calls to be able to come in, form up. They're trained in this tactic into a configuration of 4 squads or a platoon that are led by a mobile field force leader. They then go 4 deep in the car and they drive into the impacted area, and that way they can safely go in a large group of officers and able to handle whatever they come across. If we were to send in a single unit or a couple of units into a riotous scene, certainly they'd be surrounded and the outcome would probably not be good. And so this is a configuration that has worked for us, developed here, worked for us for many years, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. So we have to call in units, we have to meet at a certain location, they get the information they need to operate in the environment, and then they go and they take care of business. And so that takes a little bit of time. For us to be able to get in there in about 35 minutes is pretty much textbook. So while we'd love to be able to say we can get there in seconds or minutes, in the reality of a situation of civil unrest, we got to do it right, we got to do it safely for everybody involved.
Hold on. So go one at a time, please, and let's identify name and outlet.
We have seen 2 kinds of groups. It is from Friday, Saturday, today. The community that is enraged, again, they're not happy with the actions of ICE, and then the community that loots and attacks and destroys our city. What would be your direct message to the troops?
Yeah, to the people who are not happy with the fact that ICE is in the community doing what ICE does, I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission, they have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something, it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people are worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be able to put themselves between the threat and the overall community. And they do this night in and night out. And in these past couple of nights, we've seen it at a level that I think disgusts every good person. Thank you, sir.
You just described some pretty violent and chaotic situations. What is your position on the National Guard being deployed? Do you need them here?
Well, you know, it's an interesting question because I would have said that you know, we could handle this. I believe that we would have gone through a number of steps before we'd have deployed the National Guard or requested deployment of the National Guard. We would normally go to 50% deployment to handle radio calls and do the business of policing, and everybody else would be focused on the initial problem. Beyond that, then we would request through the sheriff mutual aid, and that would bring in members of the 44 other police departments in LA County as well as the sheriff's office. And so that didn't occur in this case because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through the up through the normal chain. It was done from the top down, from the president directing that happened, and then the National Guard was federalized. So they're working for the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard. Do we need them? Well, looking at it tonight, you know, this thing has gotten out of control. I think before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be able to make that determination. But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment. I'd say very little, other than we had a conference call this afternoon. There aren't a whole lot of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are here, they're tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service, doing the task that they're charged with. Our relationship has been tremendous overall with the National Guard. We worked right alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning in large numbers, and then that narrowed down before they demobilized. But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
Do you feel any sense of kinship with them, or about this situation? There is need for more law enforcement, for more immigration enforcement?
I think, the federal agents are enforcing federal immigration law, which is their right, and anybody can have their personal opinion on to what level that should be, who should they focus on, and those kind of things. I won't take a position on that because really that's not our focus, not our job. But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on, they've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that we run across routinely city to city, and this is what they do. So even more disgusting that many of the people who are doing this come in from other places just to hurt people and to cause havoc. Okay.
Do you think that the presence of National Guard increased the level to this kind of situation? I mean, you said that it's disgusting. Do you think that if you control it without them, it's going to be a different situation?
I don't know. That's a very interesting question. What was the catalyst for us seeing the second and third day of this becoming increasingly more violent? To be able to say it's because of the National Guard, I can't, because there aren't enough on the ground at this point to make a difference. I've seen civil unrest a number of times before, and generally the second and third days are more violent than the initial phase. And so this is not much different from that pattern. But certainly I think there's a number of things that cause people to come out. Much of it is they watch this and see it on TV, social media, whatever social media outlets they follow, or asking them or telling them to come down and be part of this, and they do that. And they come out here, and many come out and just want to see what's going on. They're out there with their cameras, but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. When you look at some of the things that are happening here, somebody could easily be killed. And if you're part of that, then you're going to be facing those charges as well. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago, and the DA will file felony charges on individuals where it's appropriate, but won't be shy about doing that where it is appropriate, and also the potential for federal charges given the type of environment we're in, and the federal authorities don't play. And so as we move forward, I think people will be surprised in some cases for what happens to their future. Thank you for that question. A great question. It was, how does the deployment of so many officers downtown or in any one part of the city affect our ability to provide police services citywide? It greatly impacts our ability because it pulls officers who would normally deployed in communities around the city of Los Angeles into one area in order to be able to address the threat that we're facing. And so other areas, when we go on tactical alert, that means we only handle radio calls of significant importance, meaning a violent crime in progress, calls that have to be answered right away. So the other calls get put on a queue and may not get handled for some time to come, and they're important to everyone who is a victim of any kind of a crime. And so when we go to tactical alert, we don't do it lightly, but in this case we did it very quickly because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Is there any effort being made for us to share information about what they're next doing?
Yeah, that's something that we did talk about, and there's no resolution to that. And the problem is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act, which means that we can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to live by, but it also, on a normal situation, not that big a deal, but in a situation like we saw here in the past couple of days, it turns out to be a very big deal. So we're going to continue to work with the partners that I mentioned and many others as we go forward to try and be able to make things as safe for everybody as we can.
Yes, Captain Raul Javel, Operations Central Bureau, Incident Commander. At least, this is very fluid and preliminary, at least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrest being made as we speak. About 3 officers injured. Unfortunately, very fortunate on very minor injuries, or I wouldn't say not minor, but they're not significant enough to be transported to a local hospital to be treated at the scene. But we're making more arrests as we speak, and we're trying to get into that posture where we're able to make arrests. Right now, really, our officers are really under attack. If you can see when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe. And then we'll move into, if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests.
If I could just jump on, and then 29 last night as well. And so as we move forward, we will step up our arrest posture in order to hold people accountable and do what we can to stop this violence. I'm sorry, say that one more time. Yeah, for me, again, that would be speculative to say how long that the members of ICE will be in town doing the enforcement actions they're doing. But by calling out the National Guard, oftentimes their deployment periods are in 30-day periods. And so, to me, it's going to be an extended period of time. I don't know how long that'll be. We're gearing up for that to be able to participate in a meaningful way as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires and dealing with the fallout from the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but more so on our people and their families. So as we move forward, we'll do everything we can to focus on employee wellness and to be able to offer whatever services we can to address the needs of our folks. Sure.
We'll go one more back there because he hasn't asked yet.
No, thank you for the question. I spoke with the sheriff today, and we discussed the possibility of implementing a curfew. We don't rush into doing that, but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as give me the second part of the question again. Oh, yeah, I got you. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. When you look at the numbers of arrests we've made, pale in comparison to what will be made. There are video accounts of what happened everywhere on social media, on individuals, cameras, iPhones. We will go after that very aggressively. Go after the all available video, analyze that video, and hold whoever we can accountable for the variety of different types of crimes that have been committed. And that's something we'll do with a number of different partners with levels of expertise that may be beyond what we have. No, thank you for that. Do you have the specifics?
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today, so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while. So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
All right, thank you, everyone. Commander Hurtado will stick around to do comments in Spanish for anybody who's interested.
You've just heard from LA Police Chief Jim McDonnell discussing his department's response to the unrest and the protests that are taking place in and around downtown Los Angeles. Of note is that we're getting an indication now of the injuries that have happened. 3 police officers, 3 LAPD officers have been injured, none of them transported. And at least 10 people have been arrested so far this evening and today. One for throwing a Molotov cocktail at police officers, another for ramming a motorcycle into a skirmish line of police officers. But again, the officers that were injured were not transported. Some 29 people arrested last night. CHP has arrested some 17 people. There are arrests being made, and he says there will be more in the future. With regard to the National Guard response, one reporter asking whether we need the National Guard at this stage of the game. He said, the chief said, the first 2 days, it didn't appear that way. I'm paraphrasing. There are normally a number of steps that are gone through before the National Guard is requested. He would have requested mutual aid from different departments, a cooperative effort with the LA County Sheriff's Department. Those things had not yet happened before the National Guard was called in. So he says, we wouldn't have been there yet. That's a direct quote. With regard to whether they're needed tonight, he says he's going to have to reassess and look at how things are going. We're seeing from Air 7 how things are going. You're looking at a parking lot pay booth there that has been set afire by some of the people there. More information coming from the chief shortly, but let's talk to our Gabe Santos in Air 7 about what he is seeing downtown. Gabe?
Yeah, Mark, we're seeing a continued escalation of the situation here as Dayside turns tonight. I'm just getting my bearings here with all the other helicopters up here. We have a number of media helicopters. We have law enforcement helicopters down below at a lower elevation. We have a little bit of a marine layer up above, just to give you an idea of everything we're keeping an eye on up here. We did see this line of mounted officers on horseback push north on Main Street, right next to the famous Olvera Street in the area here, a little bit to the east of Chinatown. There was a barricade set up, and we saw protesters bring a piece of a wrought iron fence and set it down in the middle of the street. Protesters were set up behind that fence. LAPD decided to push forward with rubber bullets and other non-lethal, less than lethal rounds, and continue pushing those protesters out of the way, and they actually just knocked the fence down, and the horses just kind of stepped over it and continued on past. Those protesters continued on towards Cesar Chavez Avenue, and they've kind of split up in all directions, and now we see LAPD kind of holding at this position, but it appears that they kind of moved forward so quickly that now there's protesters behind them. So you have a bit of a safety issue happening there now. Another wrought iron fence, it looks like, being ripped out of the ground. We've seen a number of situations like this where individuals are grabbing things and shaking them back and forth, and being able to, you know, with a number of individuals, you could do almost anything, and they're kind of doing the unthinkable, things that are bolted to the ground. A number of people are just coming up and pulling fences, and we've seen traffic signs, you know, wiggled back and forth to get them out of the concrete, and that's what we saw earlier over the 101 and Los Angeles Street. That's when a number of items were thrown from the overpass down in CHP cars. That situation has calmed down, but it just goes to show you there's still a number of hot spots here in addition to this one. And I want Rob to go back to that security post there. As LAPD kind of moved forward towards that barricade and pushed past, it appears they didn't really monitor what was going on in this parking lot here. Now you can see somebody has set fire to this paved booth in this parking lot, and with LA City Fire kind of nowhere in sight, they're you know, at their fire stations. They're staying a little bit further away from the scene because of safety issues. You know, just as I say that, not LA City Fire, but LAPD with a fire extinguisher, they're just going to move forward with their fire extinguisher and put this thing out. So apparently they felt it safe enough with their riot here. You see that officer there with his baton trying to push a protester back there. It appears that they've made the assessment that individuals in this parking lot appear to be pretty calm and pretty docile, in addition to a number of press in the area. It appears that a lot of those people down there that aren't law enforcement are in fact press. So law enforcement made the decision there to just come in with a fire extinguisher and put that little fire out that was in that parking booth. But it just goes to show you that there's still a number of hot spots here that LAPD is keeping an eye on. That's the intersection of Main and Alameda. Once LAPD pushed those protesters down past Olvera Street to Main and Cesar Chavez, you know, just as I'm kind of wrapping my head around what we just saw a few minutes ago, we see another barricade being put up with a number of dumpsters there. So people aren't leaving the area, they're just kind of scattering and regrouping, and then we're continuing to see different little barricades get set up in different spots of town as LAPD kind of continues to push the protesters towards different areas here. We're seeing a little bit of a progression north into Chinatown, but we also have a large group, at least a few minutes ago, that I last had eyes on, that was south of City Hall at, I believe that was Main and I think it was Main and First Street, and we might be a little too far away with the buildings in a way here to get eyes on that group there, but there was a group of about 500 people down on that side. However, that group of protesters, they weren't really doing anything that LAPD deemed to be a threat, so LAPD is really putting their focus on the protesters on the north side that continue to set up barricades. They really don't want anybody to dig their heels in and set up barricades or anything of that sort, because the longer barricades get put in place, the more they get fortified by other pieces of trash and other pieces of metal that these individuals find, the harder it will be for LAPD to deal with it later on. Looks like that's the Spring Street Bridge that CHP now has been able to contain. And I think if we pan to the left, Rob, there, we'll be able to see the Los Angeles Street Bridge, and that's the bridge where a lot of protesters were throwing items down onto the freeway below. And you see that CHP vehicle on a tow truck. That CHP vehicle probably going to be a complete loss. It was actually set on fire earlier as people on the bridge above were lighting pieces of cardboard on fire and throwing them down to the vehicles below. So that CHP vehicle actually caught on fire a little bit before CHP officers were able to move in with a fire extinguisher and put it out. But while we were zoomed in there, you were able to see a lot of debris just spread across the lanes of the southbound 101 freeway. So it's going to be a big cleanup here.
All right, and Gabe Santos, thank you for that. As let's keep that picture up right there, the picture you have. Because the chief in his press conference spoke about the difference between people who are out there expressing their First Amendment rights, expressing their disagreement and disapproval of the ICE raids of day laborers and others, versus the people who are out here doing damage. And he actually had physical descriptions of what some of those people look like, what they do, that some of them are from out of town, some of them are people who go literally from one position of civil unrest to another. And he described them, a lot of them, as having their faces covered, having hoods and covering their faces. And we did see that among the people who were putting up this barricade. So with regard to how we look at them and we can describe their actions, we don't know whether this is protest or simply anarchy for the sake of it. So we're going to try to draw a distinction, if possible, between those who are out here expressing their disapproval versus the people that are doing things like this, setting fires and barricading streets. So we're going to try to bore down into that particular aspect of what we're seeing. In the meantime, Jory Rand has been covering this for the better part of the afternoon and much of the evening, and has some more reporting for us now. Jory?
Mark, it's a frustrating scene to see play out here tonight. Those protesters, is it a demonstration of protest or is it unrest? And in some cases, as you mentioned, it might just be both. Someone who showed up for one now enjoying the other. It's frustrating to see this continue to play out, and the LAPD just allow this to happen. They are overwhelmed, as the chief heard. As we heard from the chief, that this is still going on, and as Gabe mentioned, once they break up one grouping, it just spreads out to another spot. So we're seeing this play out. We have that parking security booth on fire, and now we have obstructions in the middle of Main Street as this is being allowed to continue. And it would just, a lot of people want to see this end and these people taken into custody. Now, it has been a very eventful day in our city, likely one that we are going to talk about for a long time to come. Now, there are two very different aspects to what is happening this weekend in Los Angeles. Let's begin with what played out on the streets of LA. It was a very destructive day. Several clashes taking place outside the Federal Building. Once that crowd was broken up, demonstrators scattered and a large group made their way onto the 101 freeway. The CHP allowed them to remain there for about an hour. Traffic was stopped in both directions before officers finally moved in and slowly backed that group up and off of the roadway, making several arrests in the process. However, CHP vehicles were left exposed on the 101, and for hours we watched people on that overpass hurl everything from rocks and chunks of cinder block to concrete and electric scooters.
On there with your phone in your hand. Do that, Rob.
They're pulling away far away from where officers are at, so I don't know what's the plan. So I don't know what the plan. We'll continue following them a little bit more, but I don't know how much more I'm gonna follow, because I don't want to end up in a whole different city. I'm not here. Next. Here's the thing, guys. I don't want to. I don't want to continue walking not knowing where they're going to and what part of town I'm walking into. I don't think they're looting, because if they would have been looting, they would have started breaking stuff along the way. They're just walking.
Fuck ICE! Fuck Red! Fuck all them fucking people! Fuck all them people! Viva Mexico!
Viva Mexico! Yeah, they got me started. Then they got me started here. Deep fried Oreo? I'll take one. I'll take one.
Yeah. Come on.
Deep fried Oreo?
I'm cool, bro. Thank you.
Sure. Damn.
Appreciate it.
Sharp in the mug, but when deep fried Oreo, yo, nigga, pimpin', bro.
This is this. I'm gonna break away. I'm gonna go grab me some food, check into my room, let them settle somewhere, and then we'll come back out. Be 9 p.m. and I haven't had pretty much nothing to eat all day, so maybe we'll get some food, freshen up real quick, and then we'll see where they end up at. After we see where they end up at, I'll probably get one of those electric scooters and we'll go off on the scooter. Until then, y'all, thank you, mods. Thank you, everybody who hopped out, guys, financially. You guys are awesome. Thank the mods. Thank you, viewers, for joining. If you guys haven't hit the sub. Cut off for a little bit. I'll go see where everything's happening. Charge my phone for a little bit because I'm down to like almost nothing. Battery pack's almost down to nothing too. So if I could get full charge on the phone, we'll come back out. We have 3-4 hours or something there. You guys are awesome. Until then, you guys stay safe. Be blessed. Bye-bye.
This intersection right here is where the bulk of the crowd is. It looks like it's probably like a little bit over 100 people here. Maybe 200 if you had everybody up on the outside. Cars are still driving up and down the street though. Cops are just kind of staying put. They move forward only. I don't know if they're going to move forward from where they're at. I think only if they keep, if the crowd goes towards them and starts throwing stuff and launching fireworks at them, then they'll push them. But if the crowd stays like where they're at right now, a block away, they're just probably going to wait there. Most people are thinned out. A lot of the crowd got spread out. Oh, shit. I'm taking fire over here. You want to see the worst crime of the night? Those gas prices should be a felony. Man, my hand is getting so tired of holding this up. Not my hand, my arm. Both of my arms. So this is the entrance to Alvera Street right here. World famous taquitos. Established in 1930. Hey, ¿puedo agarrar unos tacos? ¿Hay unos tacos ahí adentro? See if we can get close to the police over here without getting shot. I don't see the horses anywhere. LAPD is shooting from over there into the gas station. So we're Maine and Chavez. If you remember watching one of the streams, or the stringing streams, like a month ago, some young girl flipped a car right here. It was right here on this corner. She flipped a car. She hit like a bail bond lady that was driving to work. It was a real young girl, and she flipped her car. If you guys remember, this is where we're at. Like they're firing at the crowd over here at the gas station. They turned off the lights at the gas station. Oh. Fireworks towards the cops. now you see why they're firing towards the gas station. Well, there's another one coming in. Shit. That's why you don't want to stand too close to the police. Shit's going both ways right now. I think that car got caught up in the crossfire. Oh yeah, they're hitting this Mercedes because it's not moving. That's three warning shots. Let's see if this truck gets one. Yeah, if they don't move, they'll hit them. So I think some of you guys might be a little behind. Make sure you drag the slider all the way to the right. Drag the slider all the way to the right and make sure drag the slider to the right, and if you hit that little gear thing, you can make sure the setting is at 1080p. Streaming at 1080 right now. If you don't hit it, sometimes it'll put you up to 360 or 480p. So the gas station has gone dark. This is like LA's most expensive gas station here, Chevron. Gas prices are like in the 780s. I don't know if they did something to make it go dark or if the person working there just turned off the power.
Be here. Y'all want to be here. You want to be here.
Remind me to get me a helmet. I don't know what happened to my press helmet. Oh, the sheriffs took it when I got arrested. They're taking off. LAPD is moving. Rolling it up. I did get a new gas mask and the goggles, new goggles. The helmet is on my list. I don't know if there's gonna be a third day or what. So it's gonna pop off like this again. Whew. They lit the ticket booth on fire earlier. Oh, there's a fire over there. And where we were, something's on fire. Where we first ran into the motorcycles over there. Oh. We're gonna walk fast. I can't really run and the phone's gonna fall off. Security, can I hire you too? How much? What is it, a trash can? It's either a trash can or a car. Looks like there's trash cans.
Where'd they go?
Said someone got a gun. Who's got a gun? I heard someone say that he's got a gun. What happened? Someone had a gun?
No, the minivan. The minivan's trying to hit people because someone's special.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Did he have a gun? Yeah. He had a gun though?
Yeah.
No way. They're saying this guy has a gun in this minivan here. He's spinning around because people are breaking his windows. Oh shit. Does he have a gun? Get it out! Shit, he's getting out. Look like some dude with no shirt. Did he take off? Oh shit. There's a dude in the van. I don't know. Hey, what happened with that guy? What happened? Nothing?
I don't know. He just started shooting into the ground trying to run people over.
He didn't shoot though, did he? He just tried to run him? He shot with the... He shot shots?
I have gunshots to me. I have a gun. I mean, I know what's happening. It's not on me.
Yeah. No, I got you. Yeah, I didn't know. I heard that people were breaking his window. He started running people over. He tried to. He took off, but... Oh, shit. Gotta watch out for this minivan. I don't know. This guy says he heard gunshots. He knows gunshots. I didn't hear no shots. I saw a lot of fireworks. But the crowd suddenly started started running, and I just heard guns, so I went for cover. And then we seen the dude doing donuts. I don't know if he hit anybody in the intersection. And that girl said it's because people were trying to break his windows. Oh shit, van? Is he coming again? I don't know if it's the same van. There was a van though. Huh? I don't know. Did you hear shots?
Yeah, he was shooting.
He did shoot?
He did.
I seen him going in circles, like trying to run over people. Oh no, I guess I think that might have been another van. All right, remember to invest in a bulletproof vest too. Helmet, and we're gonna need a bulletproof. So I don't know if he tried to force himself through the crowd or something. And oh shit, I think they're saying he's back. I just seen the van doing donuts. Fire's getting bigger over here. I don't know, I think any van that comes through, light colored van, I think it was silver or white. People are gonna be on guard. I know I am. Any van I see, I'm fucking ducking. Hey, thank you for that super chat, whoever that was. Hey, thanks to everybody who's hitting the thumbs up, sharing, and especially those super chats. I'm on the move, on the run, and I'm not like looking at my phone too much. I'm keeping it too close to my body, where I'm not reading the chat at all. Maybe at the end of the stream or tomorrow we'll go through the list of everyone that donated, man. Thank you guys. What's up, bro? I get scared. Did he, yeah, did you hear shots? People were saying he shot. I didn't see no shots.
I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear or see, but
he was doing donuts.
Yeah, I seen the donut part. Where were you?
I was right here.
Yeah, I was over here, and I heard gun, and I just took cover.
The thing is, he was down there earlier, and I was watching. We were watching him. Like, fuck, dude.
People were yelling. He's got a gun. He got out of the car, but I don't know. It could have been just the.
I mean, I got this.
Fireworks. Huh?
I got this out of it.
Oh, what is a canister?
Oh, it's still live?
No.
Oh.
Souvenir.
Souvenir. I also got a beanbag round and a 40 mic sound.
What else has been going down?
Yeah,
Anything?
Where's the next spot?
I think this is like the last, unless they went back towards Broadway. Once they cleared everyone on this side of the freeway, this is the only spot. You haven't heard anything about Broadway and like the 101?
I had the radio off.
Yeah.
People kept looking at me funny.
Yeah, you don't have that shit on. Want to get a shout out for your channel? Want to get a shout out for your channel? There's a lot of people watching. Hey.
LA Nightlights on Instagram.
Check out LA Nightlights Instagram. You got some good pictures. He takes good pictures out here. Oh, look. Something's burning over there. White smoke. Give him a follow on Instagram. He's out here almost every night, just like us. So we got a little fire here. I don't know what this is. White smoke. I think someone's just spraying a fire extinguisher. What's happening at 6th and Broadway? More shit breaking.
Done, bro. You're gonna be fucking fucked up. You get it? So it's just not cool, bro. I saw some crazy ass videos.
Hey, Duran! Duran! Hey, what happened? Hey! 6th and Broadway, did you hear anything?
Huh?
6th and Broadway?
I haven't even listened to any of that.
Oh, okay. Someone said 6th and Broadway, something's happening right now. Thank you. You guys go follow Duran on TikTok too. DA.RON. Duran. DA.RON. He's out here streaming. I need to reach for a drink of water real quick. You know, we're gonna sit down in front of the campfire for a little bit. I'm fucking tired of everything, dude. Tired of walking. We had like a 12-hour stream yesterday, carrying tripods and equipment everywhere. I need to get some water. We'll take a little break here. Oh shit. No shots?
What the fuck was that?
I don't know. Sounded like not good, like, I don't know, like shots, but not like a gunshot. Pellet gun maybe? was that? What do you guys think it was? It didn't have like the right pitch for gunshots, but it had the right like rhythm of someone squeezing the trigger a bunch of times. I'm on edge, bro. It's right there. That guy's van is done. Eighth and Alameda? That's way over there. That's way over there. At the cop cars. Looks like they're coming in with the fire department to put out the dumpster fire. That's actually surprising. But I want to get a... They're getting pelted, dude. The damage to the cop cars today is fucking crazy. They didn't even I don't know why they came. Maybe they came to check because they got the call of the shooting. They didn't even put out the dumpster fire. I thought that's why they came. Maybe they just didn't want to risk getting pelted with rocks there. The firefighters probably checked it out and they're like, it's just gonna burn itself out. Did they catch the guy with the van? Oh, the van dude. I didn't see what happened. I just heard someone yell gun. He's got a gun. Everyone running. They took cover, and someone said that they were like attacking him, breaking his windows, and he popped out with a gun. And then this, I'm pretty sure that most of his glasses from the van. And then this dude was doing donuts right here towards the crowd. Where is the van guy? Where did they catch him? If you guys know, let me know the location. Where you at? Where you at, fool? You out here? Dude, did they catch him at Union Station or something so we can walk over there? So we can get pictures of the van. We try to park and get in on... Chat's moving so fast. First and what? Savannah in first. Where's that? Look it up, see if it's walking distance. You know if they cleared them out and everything, or is the van still there? The van's still got to be there. Savannah in first. I'm looking it up. Oh, never mind. It's too far. It's 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes via vehicle. Yeah, they cut them way over there in Boyle Heights. It's a 55-minute walk. That's a no-go. I thought they caught him here on First Street, like in downtown. Savannah First, too far. Where else have you guys heard of stuff happening? I heard Broadway and 6. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna check the helicopter map to see if we can see something. All right, hold on. Alright, man, I know I got like fucking 100 Instagram messages. I respond to them eventually, bro. Don't get mad if I don't respond, if it doesn't require a response, dude. I get so many messages now, that's crazy. And a lot of them are just more like comments or like messages. I think we got some bus tagging. But it's moving. Oh, it's stuck. Oh my God. I think I'm too old for this now. What do you think these tourists are thinking right now? What do you think the tourists are thinking, man? Flyway? Oh, I think this only takes you to the Van Nuys Airport or something. This might not be real other country tourists or international tourists. least they got memories. Uh-oh. You're getting tagged on the other side.
It looks like you can see the crowd walking the other direction. There's still something on fire. Something's on fire in the middle of the street there. You can see some people on bikes and lots of cars going by. But it looks like the main crowd.
Protesters are winning right now. The cops are looking going to now. I think the protesters are winning. Now you know what cops
Looks like the tourist van didn't make it out safely. What else have you guys heard, man? Right now, I mean, there's still like a little rowdy crowd here. It's thinned out. The cops are gone. And they're mostly just setting off fireworks and tagging on tour buses. Rest right here. I need to take a little rest here, man. Yesterday was a long ass day. Today's actually I'm more tired. Just covering all this distance. I got a lot of weight on me. I got a backpack. This little rig I have, I don't know, I have to weigh it. Probably weighs like 8 pounds or something. So we're going on almost 4 hours. After 4 hours of holding up 8 pounds, it's just killing my back. Fig and 11th is too far, man. To get there on foot? Yeah, dude. That'll take us like 40 minutes to get over there. So 11 long blocks, and then you got to go up to Fig. So, oh, that's probably like 20 blocks. What's happening? Here's what they've been shooting here. Anybody want this souvenir? .37mm black powder foam baton. Made by FR Safari Land. To be used by trained law enforcement, correctional, and military personnel. Do not use for operations after 5 years from date of manufacture. First and Spring. What's happening over there? You gotta tell me what's happening to go over there, but it's too far.
Congratulations.
Thank you. That lady just gave me this. I think this is from a cop's walkie-talkie or something. Or somebody's walkie-talkie. Protesters fighting. All right. We'll go towards the helicopter. Oh, fuck. Whoa. probably be the last spot we go to. So this is the good part and the bad part about, hold on. Listen. Oh yeah, the good part about walking is you're all up in the mix. The bad part is if it settles down like it is right now, or you got to go to another scene. It's a mission. Thanks for that super chat. That's somebody calls me an Uber. So Ubers and Waymos are no-goes right now. How you doing? I'm just gonna go to where the helicopter light is. Well, it looks like they left City Hall area. I hear something getting fired over there. Oh, over here. Up on top of the bridge over there. You can hear the echoes of the shots. Are they shooting a crowd? See, these guys are still holding down the bridge steady since we left when all the action was right here. I thought that's what they were going to do, is just get a hold on all the bridges so people couldn't go over on that side and split up the crowd. Looks like they're shooting into the crowd over here, a small crowd. This is Broadway in Avisa. Oh, fuck. Oh, I gotta readjust my mask. Oh, fuck. Sit tight, we gotta get geared up again, brothers. Fucking pepper spray, maces. Too much.
Right now, live. Yeah, so right now they're pushing forward the sheriff's department. We saw the protesters, they had like traffic signs that they were using as almost shields to try to get closer to the sheriff's department.
Already broken.
And then
The sheriff's in the back. Looks like CHP is rolling up out of here. Huh? A good light? Oh. What happened down here? Where's the crowds? I walked up here from over there. From the gas station. Did they leave? Were they on? I heard they were on First and Spring. I don't know. I think it thinned out. Looks like they're calling for CHP to roll out. They're going to take off from here and abandon the bridge. We'll walk like another half block towards City Hall and see what happens. Oh, here comes a cops on horseback. Oops. Horses. If the horses are leaving, then I think everything calmed down over here. Look at these damaged cars right here. CHP's taking off. We're just gonna follow the horses and call it a night, I think. It looks like the only action left in this area is gonna be over where we were, where the helicopter is. CHP's moving their post. They're getting on the freeway. They're getting on the freeway where they belong. God damn, these horses are fast. I guess that's why they call it horse-powered. Motherfuckers are. Now I got a trot to catch up. Slow down, Seabiscuit. There we go. You don't see these guys every day. We need to get a horsey passing shot with City Hall in the background. Man, dude, these guys must be tired. The horses are tired, I'm sure. I think they're resting. You gonna move? Alright, if they move, they'll catch up. We were just down the street from City Hall.
Hey, what's up with you, bro?
What's up?
Right?
You?
Yeah.
I'm fucking exhausted.
Yeah, you been out here all day?
Nah, 4 hours plus. But I've been walking. This shit's heavy. This shit's heavy.
I know your arm hurt. You got gas? Or you good?
Oh, I got gas yesterday like 10 times.
At least you got your mask on.
You?
I just got here. It's a nighttime.
The night shift? What have you heard? I heard people are saying City Hall. But I just went up to right there and I didn't see nothing.
They're trying to get swapped out right now because they're getting attacked somewhere on Broadway. I think they're finna post up right here, but I don't know because I've been on the phone.
You're gonna walk it over there?
I'm just gonna take a picture of these guys real quick.
All right, take care, man. Shit was loud as shit. Alright, see, I don't think there's shit at City Hall. Looks like all the cops they're planning to move over by where the gas station where we were. That was a Storm from LA County Unleashed. Follow her on Instagram. You have a brother named Daryl? Bro, you look exactly like some guy I know. Exactly. I thought it was you, but him, but you had a test. Son?
Down right over here.
We're setting up a new line here. I don't know if it's to prevent the crowd from coming up this way and possibly moving towards City Hall, or if they're gonna go towards the crowd and try to push them out. Shit. It looks like the crowd is coming to meet them. Here we go.